Waiting. What am I waiting for? What am I? Oh, okay. It's okay. I mean, it's not like anybody can hear you. Nobody would even know that we were in a call, to be quite honest. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. You never know. That's true. Okay, I'm disconnecting that. Hope you'll watch some of the stream. Okay, I'll be back. Right. Uh, the colors are not great. The colors are not amazing. Let's see if it's working even. The internet here has not been great lately. Yes, I understand that. I just wonder if it'll work. Will it even load? Oh wait, hold on. This loads perfectly well. So my stream should be loading. Yeah, okay. See if it's working even. The internet here has not been great lately. Yes, I understand that. Okay, it's perfect. Alright. Okay, it works. How are things? Let's see. Uh, hmm. I'm doing advertisement for the stream. Hello. Hello, Stepan Kobelar. How do you like the stream being done with the new Sony camera? This is me streaming using the camera. Is it good? I don't like the colors super much, but you know what? It's not the laptop camera. We'll see how long it will last because the battery might die at some point. For now, you've got great quality of video. You can see my ugly face very clearly now. I've got nothing to hide. Looks good? The camera, you mean, not the face. Oh, I should take hormones. Hold on. I'll be right back. Good. Jesus. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back in Ukraine. How are you? How are you, Stepan Kobylarz? Are you waiting for some? Hello, fake Aleka. Hello, Chazardes. Are you here for the Ukraine stream? We're gonna be doing some reactions today. We're gonna be reaction to a debate. As a Slavic person, I have to react to this. Hello, Insideness. The week before have I tuned in this early? Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream inside of Ukraine. I am in Kyiv right now. I just arrived. Although I do have some bad news. What kind of dialectic is this? Polish. Oh, thank you for the tier 1. It's going sleepy sleep, but I'm listening to you. Thank you so much. So I mounted a tripod. I have a tripod mounted now, so that's good. So, how do you like the camera? I'm using the Sony now. So give me some feedbacks in the chat about how you like the camera. How do you like a new streaming device? Nobody? Nobody has any opinions? I've got bad news. I don't think this laptop can handle Stalker 2. So I might not be able to play Stalker 2 while in Ukraine, which is the weirdest thing ever. I never thought I'd say this, but I might not be able to play Stalker 2 in Ukraine. It's fate, I guess. It's destiny. Like, I'm not sure if the video encoding is any good. I don't know. I think the encoding is... I'm more worried about the colors, to be quite honest. I am more worried about the colors. Properties. Configure video. Color range. Full. Like on YouTube, sometimes good cameras not look that good when streaming, I guess. Yeah. But the colors look a bit washed out. I don't know. I don't know how to change it. What do you think, fake Alec Kyle Parker? Why do you want to play some awful? Stalker 2 is not an awful game. Take that back. Oh my god. Jesus, take that back. The lightning in the room is one light bulb at the ceiling. Light bulb at the ceiling. Actually, I could add some more. You're right. I should add some more lighting. You're right. I should add more light. I should turn up the light in the other room because as it is now, I'm wasting the electricity and there are blackouts. The blackouts are back. The blackouts are back with full vengeance. How is it now? Oh, it looks better actually. Actually, that's better. I'm not sure how long we will be able to use this camera, by the way, because the battery might run out. So we're testing. We're doing a nice test before the battery runs out. But I think it looks much better with this lighting, don't you think? Don't you think it all looks much better like this? Moho was right. The lighting in the room is... I think it's changed a bit. For the better. Okay. So I guess we're gonna start it off by a little bit of a talk. Let's talk. Why don't we? You wanna talk with me? Wanna talk to me? Lightning is hard. Yeah, it is not easy. But you know, I'm doing my best. I just bought some equipment. Oh yeah, I might as well talk to you about my plans, right? I think on the second I'm gonna be having a few new interviews. I'm gonna be using my new equipment. Okay, I'm not gonna write this late at night to people. That's very unprofessional. Lots of respect for journalists. Well, I wouldn't call myself that quite yet, but I am working on getting cooperation with a media thing. So my article is being circulated around a publishing house apparently. We'll see. We'll see what it does. I'll try to do as much testing as I can before the time comes for the actual thing. I'm gonna be filming from a camera, audio, but I'm also gonna be filming the audio from a separate source. The little taser. Wow. People are just gathering still. I do enjoy chatting. Me too. I do enjoy our little chats before I go to super serious political segments. That I've not really prepared many for today because I've been traveling. Hello, Defo Philippe August. Hello, how are you? How have you been? How has everything been? As you can see, I am back in Kyiv. I'm back in Ukraine. And I'm doing a stream in Ukraine. So how are you? I've just taken my hormones. I'm talking about the plans with Save Ukraine. Now that I have a camera, a recording device. Lucy, do you use OBS to stream? Yes, the regular one. I am trying to multi-stream from OBS, but for some reason it does not want to connect to my Twitch. I just don't get it. I just don't get why. Yeah, I do use OBS. Yeah. Pretty good, thanks. Work is busy, but I always remember Lucy's busier, so I can't complain. Thank you. I've been having a long trip on the bus. It's been a long bus trip. I've been falling asleep and waking up, falling asleep, waking up, so I couldn't really sleep properly at all. I'm a bit tired. And I had to do some cleaning when I came. I did some nice cleaning and then and now I'm here and I stream. What do you think? Today we're gonna do a bunch of reacts. Let's just check how well the newest segment did. A person from Bad Empanadas community commented on my video. Oh, 2 dislikes already, it's beginning. Where's the comment? I want to see. Hold on. Newest. Where's the... Wait, where's that video? Where's that... No, not video. Where's that comment? Is it hidden? Wait, what? I cannot find the comment. Did they delete it? I think they deleted the comment. Hold on. I could have sworn. What? Where's the comment? I replied to it as well. Did they delete it? Whoa. Someone commented on my video, but they deleted it. Oh no, they commented under the stream. They said, "Are you the person who tried to debunk Bad Empanadas Holodomor video with vibes?" And I said, "Yes, that's me. Thank you for watching this one as well. The vibes continue and are eternal." Why didn't the person comment under the VOD, not just the stream? It has 90 views and 2 dislikes. We're getting there slowly. You weren't that mean? Wait, what do you mean I was not that mean? There's hate comment? Yeah, of course. You have to know something about my first Bad Empanada video when I was still a VTuber. It's my most viewed video ever by a lot. It's my most popular video ever. And also, people comment on that video to this day. People leave me hate comments on that video to this day. It has the biggest amount of, what do you call it? Engagement. He called me a pedophile in his video that he made about me. Your first one was hilarious. I see why they were triggered. Oh, you watched it? You've watched it, did you? What did you think? Listen, in my defense, I did say in that video that I'm just off the cuff reacting to his thing, that I'm not gonna provide any in-depth data, that I'm not gonna be, that I can do a separate thing if you want, an in-depth, more, research thing, that I'm just reacting to it while playing my game. And people got so mad. People got so triggered. Not only people got triggered, Ben Empanada himself made a whole response video to that video, Philippe Auguste. So if you want to be completely caught up, now you have to watch Ben Empanada's video response to my first video, because he made one. Yeah, there's a Ben Empanada video about me out there on the internet. So rage bait is the secret to success. Also, why did he call you that? Because I said that I've heard that Ben Empanada has some pretty anti-Semitic tendencies or something like that. Because, I don't know, he does seem to be a bit bigoted against Jewish people for some reason, from what I've heard. And then Ben Empanada, to make a point, said, well, I heard that this Lucy Hayes character is a pedophile and something or the other. It was weird because then your more serious one got little hate. So you're responding to his response. Yeah. My serious videos don't get anything. My serious videos get hardly any attention. I wonder why. Probably called you that because you're on Whiteleaf. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if I honestly, I don't know if I had Whiteleaf at that point. I might have not had Whiteleaf at that point even. Do you like scarves? Wait, scarves or scarves? Like scarves, like the one that you wear around your neck. You mean scarves? Like the ones that you wear when it's cold around your neck? Or do you mean something else? Yeah, scarves, yeah. Do you mean that? Yeah. Is this gonna be the dwarves thing? Do you know that dwarves used to be written with an F, and only later it became with the V? But you mean that, right? You do mean that, right? Okay. Everybody's contaminated. I don't know. They never respond to my serious videos still, where I use any sort of argument. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna show you something. Okay. Does that answer the question? Does that answer your question? Huh? Does that answer your question? This is what I've been wearing on the way here. This is the scarf that I've been wearing on the way to Ukraine. Does that answer the question on whether or not I like scarves? I do like scarves. See? But isn't that a nice scarf? Oh, you're making one. That's nice. Ugh. So yes. Oh yeah, wasn't there a President Sunday thing as well? he reacted to something. He had some sort of like a debate or whatever, or he reacted to something. Can you remind me? Can you refresh my memory? Oh wait, he called into Destiny's stream, didn't he? Does anybody have a link? Apparently, President Sunday called into Destiny's stream. I want to see it. Give me the link, please. Link me the give, please. Do you know what's going on in PDC? Intense, yes, I know. There are a couple of countries where something big is happening. There's Syria, there's Georgia, there's Romania, what's going on with the presidential elections. One of the candidates, the current prime minister who was running for president, has decided to step out of the race after the first round, even though the Kurds have decided to withdraw from the European. No, that's I'm mixing up topics. Even though the court has ordered the vote to be recounted, that's Romania. In Georgia, the ruling party, the Georgian Dream, has decided to withdraw itself from the European Union talks. Whew. And that is causing huge protests. So yeah. There's also been protests in Romania, for that matter, because of the results of the first round of the elections. And there's been a gigantic attack on the electric infrastructure here. That's why the blackouts are again. The blackouts are back. So if electricity dies, then that will mean that I will have to turn on a battery, and then we will maybe be able to continue the stream for as long as the laptop will hold. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that cool? Are you excited? Or how long will we be able to stream? That is the question. Lucy, would you accept a gift? Of course. I mean, it depends on the gift. What's the gift that keeps giving? What's the gift that keeps giving? If only you'd send me that link to President Sunday calling in to Destiny. That would be the gift that keeps giving. That would be the greatest gift of all. The gift is hypothetically a scarf. A handmade scarf, of course. Of course I'd accept it. And I'd wear it on stream. And on the streets. And in the sheets. No, I would not wear it in the sheets. I'm sorry. I would wear it on stream and on the streets, but I would not wear it on the in the sheets. I'm sorry. I have that's my limit. That's the line that I draw. Hype. You're hyped? Why are you hyped? Let me see. Nobody wants to link the thing that I'm asking for. Nobody wants to. Please, Please link what I'm asking for. Veggie RPG podcast. So is anybody gonna link me? It's a very nice scarf. I started knitting it recently myself. Thank you. But I haven't received the Goofy Goober. No, I'm not. Also join the page, everybody from YouTube. Wait, nobody wants to link me? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Want me to react to a debate? Write in the chat, yes or no. And I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna grab a snack and you decide. Decide, just write in the chat. Yeah, I want you to react to a debate. You've not reacted to a debate in 10 years. Nay. Okay, anybody else? It's a cool debate. Cool. And by cool, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. There's many things, and I suppose you could say cool is one of them. Yes, debate reacts. Okay. Anybody else? Only 2 people active chatters today? Come on, let's chat together, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so this scarf I'm creating is light blue and super soft. Does it have a duck on it? Is what you are asking for a link for? Is that what you are asking for a link for? I don't know, because YouTube does not allow links. YouTube does not allow links, so yeah. You have to link it on the page, I'm afraid, or else you won't be able to link it. I don't see a link. Philip August, YouTube yoinks links. Oh, have you? Hold on, have you? I must have missed it. Hold on, can I see? Where? Where is the scarf? I don't think you've shown me. In the ends? No, I don't think you have. Or maybe you have, but I don't think it was the other day. I don't think it was the other day. I think it was the other day. I'm scrolling through our conversation, trying to find it. Trying to find it through our conversation, and I don't see it. Honestly, I don't see it. NM? What does it mean, NM? No more? Oh, you aren't talking to me. I am talking to you. I am talking to you, the Fluffy Bubbles. If you want to a link to the present Sunday calling into Destiny, then you would have to paste the link in the side chat. I was talking to you. Yeah, I was asking you. There, I spoke. You happy now? Yes. It does not have a duck. So have you seen the recent developments in Aleppo? Yes, I have. I have. The rebels. I am familiar. Hello, Scipion 34. Jackson Hinkle is seething and raging. Jackson Hinkle is not happy. I have a debate I want to react to. Well, it happens. It happens. I'm really hoping. I already know. I better not get my hopes up because we'll see. We'll see how it will develop because I don't use Twitter. Oh, I use only Twitter a little. I only use Twitter a little bit. Hello, the Dark Canuck. I've just prepared a lovely bath, but I will prompt my iPad in the toilet, sit and watch. Thank you. Wow, thank you. See, I've got a lot of nice viewers. Also, if you support what I do here in Ukraine, then you could join the page. I guess. Yeah. Everybody's migrating from Twitter now. Everybody's going to Blue Sky, is it? But I don't have my password. I have my Blue Sky account in Poland. I have to change the password or something, and I have to post more on social media in general. I'm not a good social media poster. I suck at posting at social media, which is weird because, as I said, my father was a very active social media poster, and like me, I'm like, I don't know. Real likes, not the concept of a like. You know? So I have to post more to get more viewers, to lure more people into the stream. Don't you think? Don't you think? Okay, we're gonna watch a thing now. I've decided. I've decided selfishly that we're gonna watch. Do you know Ukrainian Anna? Do you know Ukrainian Anna? Anastasia? Do you know Anastasia? Anybody here knows Anastasia? Oh, I see it. It looks very nice. It looks like a classic scarf. Like a classic type of scarf. Scarf. Indeed I do. Yes. Oh, you know her as well, Greater Rain? So, uh, she debated, lovely strong woman, Anais. So, she debated Paul's ego. Do you know Paul's ego? Do you know Paul Zigo? Huh? I've spoken to Anastasia twice on stream. I'm not sure if you've seen our conversations. Maybe I should invite her again. Should I invite her again? Should I invite her again? Maybe I should DM her right now about it. Should I DM her about it? Here we go. I wrote, we should have a talk on stream again. Yes. So she debated Paul's ego. She debated Paul's ego on stream. And I want to watch it. I do. I think I donated to her before. Oh, okay. So want to see the debate between Anastasia and Paul's ego? It happened today. It happened today on Destiny's stream. Why not? What? Yeah. Oh wow. Wait, have I actually done the thing on President Sunday's thing? I have. Wow. I cannot believe this. Why am I afraid they were fighting with each other? I mean, it's a debate. It's a debate. They were debating one another. We were debating. Paul used to be good. Age has made him a grumpy old pacifist with hippie theologies, in my opinion, of course. Wow. You know that I'm super old myself, right? Do you know how old I am, Dark Canuck? Do you realize how old I am? Do you not realize how elderly I am? People hate on Paul. I mean, I don't like his Ukraine opinions. I'm gonna put it out there. You're 38. No. I'm 56, darling. I mean, that makes you just 16 years older. Okay? Wait, I've just disclosed my age. Oh no. I'm 40. 40-year-old hag I am. And you're 56? Yeah. Probably look younger than me. Yes, Ukrainian takes were enough for me. Yeah, they were bad. They were bad. And then they debated people in Ukraine. You've disclosed your age before. That's true. I got dementia, so I forget. I forgot because I've got dementia. See what I did there? Huh? See what I did there? Late 20s, wow. 40 is the new 20. Poor Dylan. Wait, why poor Dylan? What happened? Wait, well, hold on. What? Why poor Dylan? Do you mean the Paul Zigo debate thing? Late 20s, huh? I look good on this camera. I like streaming with the camera, but it will die at some point. It'll die at some point because gotta go? Oh no, don't go. Please. Don't go. Okay, you can go. But you should join that page and donate, or, you know. No, I need to sleep. It's okay. You can sleep. Chat. Minor work emergency, but I can still provide fake engagement. Fake engagement? Wow. They interviewed Dylan and just yelled at him till Dylan changed the conversation to drugs. What? 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 Oh my god. Really? They just yelled at him till Dylan changed the conversation to drugs. Wait, what did they yell about? What did they yell at him about? What happened? Oh. Explain, please. I used to be cold, but now with this sweater I am warm. I wish I had a sweater. Glitch Master, welcome. If you like what I do, if you like these streams, if you like this atmosphere, why not consider joining the page, my White Forest page, and you know what to do. Okay, I'm gonna go and watch that debate between Anastasia and Paul Vigo. 11,000 people are watching Destiny.
Trans rights. Okay? It literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the fuck would you ever...
Oh my god. It's the debate between Hassan and Cheng. Do you want me to watch that as well? You want me to watch that as well? Want me to watch the... okay, so here's this. It was so funny. I watched it twice. They do like war. They don't like war much, and they thought Ukraine should just give up. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's so great. What an opinion. Oh my gosh, what a brave opinion. Amazing. Well, you're gonna watch Paul Zigo debate Anastasia. The serfs reacted to Hassan's debate. I gotta be careful. Gotta be careful not to show any secret folders. You know? Alright, I think this is it. We're gonna be watching the Destiny thing. What do you think? I'm excited. I don't know either one. Didn't watch the worse stuff than the folder? I don't know. I don't know. Listen, there are more important things to follow than Vosh's folders. Shibas one, why do you have so many tabs open? No wonder your laptop might lose battery. Not my laptop. My laptop might not lose battery. I'm talking about my camera. My camera will lose battery. And my camera has 0 tabs on, okay? How do you like the picture from the camera that you've recommended? I'm using it to stream right now. The ZV-E10. Sony Alpha ZV-E10. I'm using it to stream now. Genuinely. I'm using it as a stream camera now. I like it. Nice. I don't need to get a few things for this camera. It's mounted on a tripod now. Why is Ukraine joining NATO such an intangible goal? Because it needs the agreement from all NATO countries, and some NATO countries are against it still. Looks great, you just need better lighting and refresh rate. How do I change refresh rate? I don't know how to change refresh rate. Lightning is a bit better than it was, but you know, we can work on it. We can work it. I can add another light bulb to the thing if we need better lighting. But later, yeah. Alright, let's watch the Hello Convenience Tell. Shall we watch the debate?
Time to pop in or whatever.
Not as good a time as any. What's up?
You just coming back from break might be okay.
Maybe I should just pop in one day and talk to Destiny. Should I? Genuinely, should I just pop in and talk to Destiny one time? Or no? Or do you think it's a waste to talk to Destiny ever?
We haven't talked since prior to the election, and I kind of understand that you're kind of like angling yourself more towards like a ground game type of guy, right? I saw a highlight saying that you wanted to like run a Democratic campaign, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Paul Zigo talking to Destiny, and then Anastasia is going to jump in, and they're going to be debating. That's the debate. Anastasia and Paul Zigo. Nope, that's Anastasia versus Paul Zigo on Destiny's show.
given the last election that happened, what would be the ways that you would change strategy? Because and maybe I'm wrong. You can correct me on this.
Have we met Anna in real life? No. No, she's in Kharkiv most of the time, and I'm in Kyiv. Maybe I could go to Kharkiv and meet her. But no, I've not met Anastasia in real life. It'd be nice to. Subskrybuj. Yeah, exactly. Subskrybuj. Subskrybuj na mój kanał. Subskrybuj na maksa. Alright, oglądajmy dalej. Będzie pewnie dużo. Zobaczymy, co z tego będzie. You want to hear me speak Polish? I bet. I'm excited for my Polish.
That's right. I feel like the kind of old ground game shit was supplanted this electoral cycle by the meme game, and I think it's kind of happened twice with Trump.
Well, I mean, ground game is just one part of a campaign. It's not, you're not winning because of that. That's just one aspect. There's that, there's media, there's your actual policy, there's the culture of the environment of everything else, right? Yeah, there's a lot going on, yeah.
Yeah, right, understandable. So, how would you lean into the kind of meme game then, right? In terms of, because it seems to me that Donald Trump, right, being a trash guy or whatever for the day, or going to work at McDonald's for an hour or whatever the fuck, right, had more impact than, giant $1 million fucking rallies with Glorilla and this, that, and the other thing, right?
For this, something I've talked about a lot, I think an issue is the media environment. I think it's just very bad right now for liberals. I think the conservatives have totally hijacked a lot of the media environment, and we need to do a better job.
What do we...
Kyiv and Kharkiv are pretty far apart, right? Yes, they are pretty far apart. Very meme. True. Feel like that's what you said. Wait, what did I say? I said subscribe, not subskrybuj. I don't have such a thick Polish accent. Come on, cut me some slack.
So what do we do? And I don't really identify as a liberal, but I'm on the left. What do we do, right? To counteract that?
I think, for instance, in the left, I think that in our media environment, we need to have a media environment for the Democratic candidates, the way that the right has their media environment set up for Republican candidates. I think that right now there's too many people that are considered as part of the left or the Democrats or whatever that don't support the candidates. I think that's a huge problem. I think it's something that needs to change.
Yeah, I would have been one of those, right? Definitely not super supportive of the Democratic slate this time around, but politically, if you picked my brain, I'm on the left. So ejecting people like me,
yes,
you think is okay? I'm fine with that. I really don't feel a whole lot of kinship, to be honest with you, as a left guy, and just in the way that I think with standard kind of Democrat electoralists. But I'm wondering how you're going to win, right, without us.
You guys don't vote anyway, and you guys will never support the mainstream Democratic candidate, so there's literally no point.
Better than going up. Do you want my answer to this? Is the chat interested in my answer to this? I have an answer to this. He has close to no accent from my American point of view. That's not true, is it? Everyone has an accent. That's true, actually. Linguistically speaking, that's true. Linguistically speaking, accent means something completely different than how it's used colloquially. I think we've heard her speak so much that we don't hear the accents as strongly. For example, I have a lisp and a Bronx accent. Yeah, we watch you because we want your opinion. You definitely have an accent. An accent is actually when we speak of accents in linguistic terms, an accent does not mean what you're referring to actually is a dialect, the way you speak, the way you pronounce things. But an accent is a stress. An accent is the part of the word that you stress. That's an accent. For example, I've heard the word goodbye in Ukrainian stressed in two different ways. Do побачення and do побачення. This, I've heard the stress being put, I heard the accent being put on two different parts of the word with the same word. That's the actual. This is how we discuss accents in linguistics. The part of the word that you that you emphasize when speaking. And what you mean more is like a dialect, I guess. The second is more Polish, to be honest with you. The second is more like a Polish person pronounces words. So, in my opinion, I'm not gonna be trashing Destiny here. I'm gonna be trashing Paul's ego. In my opinion, it is a bit of a waste of time to try to persuade people like Paul's ego. Oh, please vote, person that is adamant about not voting. Please vote. No, you don't go. You don't go for people like Paul's ego, and you don't need them to win. You go for the undecided. You go for the voters that don't know if they will vote or not. They are open to the idea, but they might not. They might not. They're not even sure who they will vote for. Those are the people that you want to target and persuade. You don't want to go and try to persuade people that are completely decided on not voting. You don't want that. Yeah, but that turnout is low because the undecided people don't go to vote, not the people that are already decided not to vote no matter what. You know? Yeah, but those are people that are disengaged from politics. They're not people that don't want to vote and are decided. Because Paul's ego is not disengaged from politics. You have to understand that. Paul's ego is engaged in politics. He just decided that he will not vote. But he did say that other than that, he is a leftist. He checks the leftist boxes. But if you're disengaged, then that basically makes you an undecided. You're just disengaged. You just maybe you could be persuaded to vote, maybe not. And I think those are the people you need to focus on, not on Paul's. I think that the communities that are disengaged from politics are not people like Paul. That is what I'm saying. People that are disengaged from politics are not people like Paul. Because Paul is not disengaged from politics. That's the thing. So, de facto, don't vote. Yeah, but the problem is that you try to reach them, not people like Paul. Because you just said yourself, they are less radical and doctrinaire. That's why you go for them, not for Paul. Because he is radical in his non-voting. He had several debates about voting, okay? People tried to persuade him to vote. It's wasted time and energy to try to persuade Paul to vote, is what I'm saying. You know? You go for those people that he claims to represent, sort of. But I don't think he does in actuality. Does that make sense?
And even trying to appeal to that side. I think building up a stronger media presence on the left that supports the candidate and can bring in more people to that media environment would be more successful than trying to appeal to a group of people that are fundamentally illiberal and would never support a candidate that could win in any mainstream U.S. election regardless, is what I would say.
Yeah. So, like I say, without us, as a guy that didn't vote for the candidate that you would have wanted me to vote for, right? Knowing that had the Harris or the burgeoning Harris administration or the Biden administration done certain things, right? I probably would have felt way more comfortable doing the standard kind of just show up, shut up, and vote.
Like what?
Well, for me, even stronger like support of labor.
Biden was the strongest president. Wasn't Biden the first president in the history of the U.S. to like cross like a picket line and talk directly to
Yeah, right.
I don't think they tried this strategy. I don't think they did. Echo? What echo? There should be no echo. There should be no echo.
No offense, I just don't believe you. I don't think there's anything he could have done that would have, like the fact that that happened and that still wasn't enough.
Right.
Minimum wage and abortion went everywhere, even in Florida. Oh, there is? Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll get rid of the echo. You should have told me earlier. You should have told me when you didn't. You don't like me. You don't like me, so you didn't tell me. But if you liked me, you would have. If you liked me, you would have told me. But you don't, so you didn't. Hey. Maybe you're using undecided to mean different things. I'm used to undecided meaning people who could be persuaded to vote for either candidate. You mean people who might not vote but could. Yeah, I mean people who might vote, not vote but could. Yeah, I mean those. I mean those. Yes, that is what I mean.
Means that there's nothing that he would have done ever that would have been enough for you. So
we can dig into it. Like the NLRB, like his NLRB was great, right?
Okay, let's go into the anesthesia. I don't care.
The loophole that allowed.
I don't care about the part without anesthesia. Okay, I don't care about Destiny versus Paul. I don't care to react to that. I only care about the bit about anesthesia.
Thinking, man, come on.
I mean, I can show you a drug like Ozempic that has like huge validation for reducing weight. You can't show me like a therapeutic thing that has been like massively effective at reducing weight.
I can, yeah.
I don't think so. I think if there was like a form of therapy or something that like had a huge successful outcome for people reducing it, I think there'd be a lot more hype around it.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I won't tell you about my personal psychological journey because we're talking statistics, you know.
Well, I mean, at the epidemiological level, that's all we can talk about, right? I'm sure there might be things that work for some individuals.
I'm not an epidemiologist, though, bro. We're just talking, you know.
Sure.
So I'm just saying that, like, my
Jesus.
experience and the experience of people that I have known.
When will Anna join?
My family
What is
has
this
obesity problems.
diet talk?
Right? It's just kind of like a genetic marker in my
No,
family.
it's okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And
misunderstandings happen all the time, especially with me. When you talk to me, misunderstandings will happen. So that's a standard. Figured it was you were listening out loud, but I also assumed you didn't have earbuds or something. I do have earbuds and wired. I have both actually. Actually, I have both of these things. Okay, when will Anna be joining?
I got a lot of fatties in the fam, and I think that their relationship
trauma wouldn't play out in the form of like people getting obese.
or like
more processed foods or something. Yeah,
I see you
obese or
from eating relationship with food.
Okay,
I think
let's go.
Maybe, but if I mean, like if I started to become obese or overweight, like there are things that I would do to try to, like I probably wouldn't eat that food as much anymore. I'd be more aware of it. But also, I'm not obese. Like once you become overweight or you become more overweight, it becomes really, really, really hard to lose that, right? Yeah.
Well, I'm
not obese.
You know, I'm on like I said, I lost a lot of weight, and I'm on my way to a healthy weight, and a lot of it was changing how I eat, right? And so you're absolutely right about that. It's the psychological journey getting to the point where you can decouple your feelings from the food, right?
Sure.
That's all I'm.
But I bet like changing how you eat. My guess is if you're losing weight, a lot of that is moving away from like super ultra processed food to stuff that's a little bit more satiating as well. Yeah,
well,
for sure.
I stopped eating meat. I do like a pescatarian thing now, right? I was always kind of grossed out by meat, and so I gravitated to the most like processed forms of it, like the hamburgers and the chicken.
I mean, there's a big misconception about eating healthy. I'm gonna talk about it before we get into the debate about Ukraine. There's a big misconception about eating, and that is that if you eat healthy, it has to be not tasty. That's not true. You can eat very healthy and it can be very tasty. So you don't even have to decouple your emotions from the food, because eating healthy can be a very pleasurable experience. Just saying.
And then the pizza. So I just don't indulge in that type of food anymore. Okay. And that changed the whole way I eat. So yeah, but you know, that getting to the point of that is, was tough for me, is all I'm saying. There was like a whole psychological journey that had to happen before I could decouple my feelings from my eating enough to even institute that type of dietary change. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. Hi, what's up?
You can get Paul, but they can get the people he's talking about. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I guess that I can agree with. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just think Paul wants to be courted, and he was courted by several people, and he still didn't vote. So, like bananas are healthy, but if you're eating 15 a day, there might be a problem. Bananas are actually energy foods. They give you energy very quickly. That's why tennis players eat bananas between rounds, because they're power foods. It's a power food, banana.
Hello.
Hello, I'm sorry. I know you moved on from the Ukraine stuff, but I have been summoned. So, Mr. Bonelli, you should do research on Holodomor, because it is recognized as genocide by your own country.
Okay.
I know you're not the best, barometers of truth, but yeah, Germany.
Wait, Destiny still does not think that the Holodomor was a genocide? I should honestly, if there's a thing that I should call into Destiny about, is the Holodomor. I was supposed to talk to Lonerbox about the Holodomor, but you never got the time. Now I could potentially call. Oh gosh, that would be a project. I could call into Destiny about the Holodomor. How does that sound? I could actually do that. Speaking of, Anastasia just DM'd me. Wait, who at me? Why? Dr. Johns is not very nice to me. Damn, Dr. Johns. Oh my gosh. I'm tired after studying. I usually eat a banana. Yeah, it's a good power food. It's a good power food. Can spike your sugar. Who's here is me or Dr. Johns? Dr. Johns, definitely. I told people to get into the stream, and he was like, why? Why? I usually have a badam panana. What? Okay, let's watch. Let's continue.
Does, France does, Poland does, Italy does,
Correct.
basically everyone of value recognizes it as genocide.
True. Poland is of value. I have a lot of sources on the Holodomor. Primary sources.
Correct, though, that people debate still whether the famine itself was intentional. That is debated. By the actions that they...
People debate on whether or not the Armenian genocide was a thing because of how strong the Turkish lobby is. Take that into consideration.
Took when the famine happened are not debated already at this time and age. It used to be, but not anymore, because of the refusal to accept food from foreign aid, because of the mass executions of people who try to escape, particularly in Ukraine.
The blocking of
Yeah,
foreign aid
I don't think I reject
Yeah.
any of the facts around that. I'm not sure in terms of it being a genocide, but I'm not saying it's not. I haven't done the research there, so I'm not comfortable saying 100% because I just haven't done any of the.
But I wish you would. I have sent you the
and
map
there's a million
as well.
other. Yeah, I know there's a billion other topics I need to research as well. But yeah, but anyway.
It's the second time I'm catching you. Okay.
Okay.
True.
Oh, indeed. So yeah, that's what happened. Also, the mass Russification that happened afterwards. People also bring up Kuban, which is a region in Russia that was also.
And also, there's the fact that after it happened, Polish people in the USSR were blamed for the Holodomor happening in the first place, which led to the special Polish operation which killed a lot of Polish people. So it was all connected. He seemed open to looking into it eventually earlier, but he said he has a lot to look into and I will keep him on track. Yeah, hopefully she will. Maybe we'll have her on this stream at some point. Maybe we'll have our third conversation. It's always nice. Our first two conversations were pretty nice. Didn't you know? We had whole 2 conversations with Anastasia on stream. Listen, this time it would be me being in Ukraine and talking to. There's Zionists who argue that the Holodomor is not a genocide because they want to mystify and dehistoricize the Holocaust. Weird. Why did you say, oh shit? Hello, Dr. Johns. Why are you so mean to me? For some odd reason, my chat just reset. Haha. Dr. Johns, you have a sweet side, though. Yeah, we did talk. We DM also from time to time. Interestingly enough,
so heavily affected by a lot of people died there, and people bring it up as an argument that are uneducated or are they doing Russian propaganda. They would be like, oh, in that region also many people died, and they also were prohibited to leave the area to find food anywhere else. But the truth is that the absolute majority of Kuban population were Ukrainians. So that's the argument against them, not for them, because the only...
Also, I'm going to be honest, even if there was some other region in which some other group was identically prohibited from leaving and identically starved to death through all these things that was done against Ukrainian people, that would not mean that there was no genocide against Ukrainian people. Do you know what that would indicate? That more than one genocide was happening at the same time. Because genocide is not something that works like this. Oh, if there's more than one group targeted, then it cannot be a genocide. No, you can genocide more than one group at the same time. The Nazis did it. And there's nobody saying, oh, you know what? I don't think the Holocaust was a genocide because the Roma people were also targeted by the Nazis, and many other groups were also targeted by the Nazis. So maybe we shouldn't call the Holocaust a genocide because of that. You know, many other people also suffered. And that's. I hope you can see how nonsensical this argument is, right? The Poland being blamed thing was the ocean. Oh. Yeah, this was a great point in your second Beram Panada video. Like, it's not like if more than one group is targeted, it stops being a genocide. I'm gonna DM it to her, by the way. All right. Yeah, this was a great point in my second video. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lucy, what do you think? I think Dr. Jones is a nice person, yeah. I have a two sides, the nice person you ever met and a complete another psychopath. I assure you that once you get to know me, I'm still absolutely bad. I don't think so. I don't think Dr. Jones is a bad human being. I think that there are parts to us that people might see as abrasive. We're not always nice 24/7. We are not always pleasant 24/7. But just because that's the case, it does not make us bad people, you know? We're human. We're not perfect. And we focus on those imperfections and we see ourselves as horrible. None of us are perfect. We're just human. That is my opinion. That is what I think. We're just human.
Region in Russia that was subjugated to such losses of life and prohibited from living was also 75 majority Ukrainian, and most of them spoke Ukrainian, but after half of them died and they have been replaced by Russians, and the schools have been Russified. Of course, they started speaking Russian and things like that. So that is by people like is recognized even by Lemkin himself, who created the term genocide.
Not even by Lemkin. Lemkin partially was creating the term with that horrible crime in mind. If you go to the Holodomor Museum in Kyiv, there will be a quote by Lemkin and Rafał Lemkin, and it will say that, his quote will say that, hello, imagination scene. The quote says that the Holodomor is the most quintessential example of a genocide. The Lemkin quote is displayed in the Holodomor Museum in Kyiv. So yeah, I wouldn't say even Lemkin. I would say first and foremost Lemkin, the creator of the person that formulated the crime of genocide, Polish Jewish lawyer. Found a new channel for Ukrainian history. What's their channel? There was a lecture there on the Tatars. It's called Chair of Ukrainian Studies, Toronto. Oh, can you join this page and link it for people to be able to... Can you join the page and link it? Also, jokes on you, Lucy. I've been here the entire time. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. She says I'm not perfect. Oof, a blow to my God complex. I see. Is it even possible to commit a genocide without it being like multiple? It is possible, yes. It is possible. There were instances in history when a specific group was targeted singularly by... I'm pretty sure that no other groups were involved in the Armenian genocide. I'm pretty sure that only the Armenians were. For the most part, targeted by the Armenian genocide.
So yeah, there's that. Yeah, just wanted to indulge to it. I just really want you to do that. Is that medication you're taking? Why?
No.
Oh, take that
Vicodin.
and do a Holodomor thing. You'll be so good at it. You'll be as good as you always are when you have the knowledge. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Promise on stream right now.
I promise I will add it to my list of things to get to.
That's good enough.
Okay.
That's not good enough. That's basically it's the equivalent of saying, "I'll get to it someday. Someday I'll get to it. I'll do it someday. At some point. I promise to think about it."
Works for me. Yeah.
I'm not sure it works for me. I should still call in. I'm not sure this works for me. I'm not sure it works for me. Honestly. Oh boy. Paul's ego is big dumb on Ukraine. I know. That's why I want to watch this debate. That's why I want to watch this debate. Alright, let's watch.
I don't have the political expertise to make a genuine call on this, but I believe her.
Political expertise? Come on, man. What does that mean? I don't have the political expertise to be able to ascertain if what has transpired in Ukraine was a genocide or not. Political expertise? What does that have to do with anything? If anything, if you want to be technical, Paul should not be saying, "I don't have the political expertise." He should be saying, "I don't have the legal expertise," if anything. If you want to go that route, he should be saying, "I don't have the legal expertise to ascertain if it constitutes a crime of genocide." But political expertise? What sort of political expertise do you need to have to ascertain if something is a genocide or not? Yes, Philip August, you will be agreeing with Destiny on this. Who's TJ? The Amazing Atheist.
I think she's right about this.
I do know my history. Okay.
See?
Yeah. That's.
See? I'm willing to go with Ukrainian Anna is right about this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with any of the underlying facts. I mean, even more of what was said, like even people that were trying to flee places that were...
I'm sorry, if you don't agree with any of the underlying facts, then you agree that it was a genocide. What does that mean, this statement of, "I don't disagree with any of the underlying facts, but I still don't agree that it was a..." Then what? If you're not comfortable calling it a genocide, then there is something you disagree about with the underlying facts. At least when it comes to the topic of intent, which is, legally speaking, the thing that is the most crucial. There are other definitions that don't rely on intent as much, but usually when we discuss genocide, we discuss the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Please forgive me.
Experiencing starvation were shot and killed en masse. And then when those same people turned to cannibalism, the Soviet troops would come in and kill them en masse. So, and then obviously it was an opportunity for Russification, for Russia to ship in a bunch of their own citizens and everything. So, like, yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with any of the underlying facts. I'm just not sure about the, for what it qualifies as genocide or not or whatever. But yeah.
Genocide.
Wait, what do you disagree with? Like, now I have to ask, what do you disagree with if you don't want to classify it as genocide? You just described the process of destroying a group in whole or in part, but you still don't want to call it a genocide? What is it that you don't agree on? What is it? I need to know.
It's also like there has to be like some sort of state intentionality to it, and there was on the law in Soviet Union that was made. It's like in papers and shit. It's called Fifth Wit Law, I think in English, or something of the sort. I know how it's called in Russian. I don't know how it's called in English exactly. But point is that was a law on the books that said that you should shoot people who try to steal food in Ukraine specific.
Yeah.
So that's something.
I mean, I think Timothy Snyder has done a great job in summarizing all these laws that were mainly targeting Soviet Ukraine and translated their names pretty well.
That you can attribute to
and some of that food they were trying to steal was literally being taken from them. It was requisitioned by Soviet troops to take it up to like mainland Russia from the Ukrainians themselves. So yeah.
Yes. And many people.
And also, there's evidence of Ukraine being targeted itself. There was correspondence between Stalin and there was. Stalin visited Georgia during one of his vacations and saw that people were confiscating food from people in Georgia. And Stalin, I'm giving you a very abridged version of this. Stalin basically scolded his underlings and said, no, you cannot, this will cause mass destabilization and starvation. You cannot do this in here. You can do this in Ukraine. You cannot do this in here. If this is not proof of targeting one area and excluding a different area, then I don't know what is. If this is not a indication of some sort of intent. Oh.
Unfortunately,
it sounds like you know. It sounds like you're ready. You should make a call on this.
Well, I'm aware of the facts of the matter. I don't know whether it qualifies as genocide or not. Because that's just a thing. But yeah, I'm aware of all the facts of the matter. But also, it also doesn't. It's not like a super relevant thing because nobody's being persuaded one way or another about anything going on today based on that because people are like they won't agree with the underlying facts, right? Like if you were to argue with Tanky, they're not going to agree with all the underlying facts and say, well, I'm not sure if it's a genocide. The Tankies will say that like I don't think that it was a totally natural famine. It happened like nobody knew it was going to happen. It was a mistake, and the Soviets made a mistake.
History,
it's all going to be bullshit. They're not even going to agree on the underlying facts. Yeah.
If you talk to an average Russian person right now, they will say the same. The worst thing they will say is that it was a mistake or something. Like, that it was like a... Oh, they say, what they actually say? That's what I taught in school, ironically enough, is that it was a sort of like a miscalculation.
Loanerbox joined in.
What they say.
I did not know Loanerbox joined in on this as well. So many people joined in on this. I mean, I will say that it was a huge incompetence on Stalin's part because he was so stubborn on the whole collectivization thing. I would say that it was incompetence, definitely.
So like a miscalculation because of the industrialization policy that was happening, and that's all it was, a tragic mistake.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah.
That's basically how tankists usually don't say tragic.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was a mistake or not, because the famine itself, that's the really interesting thing, in my opinion, that people don't seem to understand. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. People don't seem to understand that genocides can be emergent. They don't need to be pre-planned. They can emerge from the situation. For example, and I always give this example as to how genocides can be emergent. The German Empire has subjugated people in southwestern Africa. They treated them as second-class citizens, they exploited them, and the Herero and Nama people finally stood up and decided to fight the German Empire. And only after they stood up and took arms against the German Empire did the German Empire, through the fighting, decide, if they will not subjugate, if we cannot subjugate them, if they will not bow before us, then the other alternative for us is to exterminate them. It was an emergent decision. It was not a premeditated, pre-planned decision. And I would say the same thing happened with the Holodomor. There was huge incompetence when it came to the collectivization policy. It caused the famine, and that famine in an emergent sort of the circumstances that emerged through this famine that happened due to the completely misguided policy of collectivization allowed the USSR, gave the USSR a perfect opportunity to commit a genocide on the Ukrainian people. It was an emergent decision, in my opinion. Yeah, that is what tankies say, that it needed to be done, which is ridiculous.
Because they like Ukrainians.
Because at the same time, Stalin also, supposedly knowing that the Nazis will invade, has executed a lot of his generals, has gutted his army.
So they just say it was, it never happened, or it was like, something like that.
Yeah, because one of the benefits that for Chinese tankies and for Soviet tankies is they get to say that it was just because they were trying to industrialize, and therefore they can excuse literally every single bad behavior of the regime as a result of that.
Yeah. Basically. Or say it was worth it, or it wasn't targeted specifically as well because of they will usually bring up the Kuban example, which, like I said, is quite funny because it nullifies actually if they knew what they were talking about. Or maybe they know, they just use it as a, as a propaganda tool for their side, I suppose.
Let me think.
Try.
Hello,
I see
hello.
Loner Box jumping. I'm going to use yours real quick. One second,
Yeah, I just come in to counter all the Kulak disinformation in here.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute.
No,
was I led down the wrong?
No. So
I'm following the vibes.
I'm probably going to say this with a lot less conviction than Anna because I still have to finish my research on it. So I'm probably just going to say some dumb shit now, so it motivates me to finish. Okay.
Oh my god! Weren't we supposed to debate on this? Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Now I'm annoyed. We were supposed to debate on this or whatever, or talk, or...
First of all, using Lemkin's testimony doesn't really mean anything because Lemkin's definition of genocide was radically different from the one that was actually agreed by the UN. So by Lemkin's terms, the Holodomor and what happened in Ukraine and what happened to the rural population would have been genocide even if no one starved, right? Even if there was no famine, because he saw cultural destruction and the targeting of intellectuals and poets and academics and doctors and all that. He saw that
Father, which
as
is
genocide,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
He's one of the
Not exactly. He saw that as the okay. He actually created two different laws, separate laws. The law of barbarism, which became the crime of barbarism, which became genocide, and the crime of vandalism, which did not make it. He wanted to include the crime of vandalism into the broader genocide convention, which would have been its own separate crime of vandalism, as far as I understand it. But it just did not. Maybe I should call in. Is he streaming right now? Is he streaming right now? He's streaming on a box. Let me see. Nope. Not live. So yes. I've debated him twice. So yes.
it's part of it, yeah.
I think the general, the only, maybe you can tell me about this. The only steelman that I hear from.
So no, that's not exactly correct. The culture thing was supposed to be a separate crime, the crime of vandalism, which of course Lemkin wanted to include in the broader thing, but it still would have been different from the crime of barbarism, which became the crime of genocide. So I'm not too shabby on the topic of genocide. Actually, I've got a really good book recommendation when it comes to the topic of genocide, which I'll be rereading again after this stream. It got wet. It's called Final Solutions: Genociders and Their Work. It got messed up. I don't have time to explain how, but this is a good book on genocide. A really good one. Technically speaking, I can call into Loner Box whenever. We have a pretty, we're on pretty good terms, as far as I know. We are not on bad terms, so I could probably call in.
Like, I guess maybe non-tankies and just like, I don't even know, people like.
The Lemkin thing is debatable. Yes, Lemkin's definition of genocide has been severely gutted, but I still think it's not illegitimate to. It wasn't. I don't think this argument that was made was good. I think I've explained why. If you feel like you still don't understand why, then I might go into it further, but
I can't remember their names, never mind. But the idea that with Stalin, I guess the contention is that Stalin, whenever he wanted a group killed, generally, he would just say it. He would write it very clearly. He would sign the order. He'd say a million different things about how fucking subhuman they are, and then he would go and do it, right? But with the Holodomor, it's always...
That's not exactly true, no.
Like some kind of roundabout way that you get to it. So with the smoking gun policy, which was supposed to be about stopping people who are starving from fleeing their villages, right? That's like the smoking gun policy for... what was it called? Preventing the mass exodus of peasants who are starving. Mm-hmm. But I think the rationale that was given by Stalin when he signed it wasn't to say like, oh, I want to kill the Ukrainians and all that. It was because they believed that they were stopping people from taking diseases that they were accumulating in those areas.
Sure. No, oh God, Loner Box, you're getting into very bad territory with this. Okay, let me ask you something very interesting. Very interesting coincidence that coincides with the Holocaust, of all things. Did you know that Jewish people in Warsaw and in many other places were closed behind a wall? They were trapped behind a wall in the ghetto. In a ghetto, they had to pay for the wall to be built. Jewish communities had to build the wall themselves, and they had to pay for it. Do you know what the rationale was behind trapping Jewish people in the ghettos behind the walls? Can somebody in the chat tell me? I'll wait a moment. Was the book author? Konstanty Gebert. I know him personally. I know that author personally. He's a friend of my mother's. We can watch a bit of Konstanty Gebert. He did some speeches in English. We did so once on stream, but I feel like we should revisit because it's very interesting. So people are so afraid to call genocides genocides. It's incredible. So, do you know what the rationale behind trapping Jewish people in the ghettos was? That's right. The rationale of the Nazis when they rounded up Jewish people behind walls and ghettos was that they were ill, that they had sicknesses that they could spread, and that they must be isolated. Interestingly enough, Jewish people were trapped in the ghettos and starved in the ghettos, because a lot of people starved in the ghettos, because there was a rationale about them spreading disease and they had to be isolated from spreading the disease. So, interesting. I would not go so confidently into this rationale.
It's spreading it across the other villages.
You know, if your barometer of whether there was genocide is a person who committed it saying it, then only Hitler will be qualified. Or maybe Milosevic.
Actually, no. Hitler would not be qualified. Yeah. And Anastasia is absolutely right here, by the way. If your barometer of what constitutes a genocide is the perpetrator stating out loud, I am committing genocide, then that would exclude a lot of genocides that have been agreed to be genocides and even prosecuted for being genocides. Yeah, Anastasia is being correct here, definitely.
From Serbia. But most people committing shit like that don't actually announce that, and neither did Soviets. They were.
Yep, that's right, yeah. Especially after World War II. Correct. Thank you. Very well said. Very well said. I like the argumentation right here.
Or a little less retarded than.
Well, then why did Stalin announce his intentions with other people, right? Like.
Well, he did announce his intentions. There are documents. You can dig it up. I can send you stuff if you want. I think a person you know actually sent you a bunch of stuff. Lucy's, she called, I think.
There you go. I've been mentioned. Oh my gosh. I've been mentioned on stream. Oh my gosh. I did not expect that to happen. Oh. Yeah, that's right. I am Lucy. Wow. Oh no, Lucy has a heart attacking nightmare. Listen.
She did. She talked with you a little bit.
Yeah, I've got her link. Yeah.
Yep, I think she did talk to you. She's a Polish trans lady that I am friends with. But point is,
yay! Should have said I was streamer and shield me out. Nice. Boop.
That that there are documents that specifically highlight the talk about the
Forgot Jewish deck. True, but I should have been named as a streamer. Contraband 100. Nice shout out. Thank you. Thank you so much. I did not expect to be mentioned.
destroying
I
specifically,
gotta.
but you,
I'll
she's
listen.
a Polish.
I'm gonna listen to this again. My ego has been tickled by this. Nice. Wow.
Trans lady that I am friends with. But point is that that there are documents that specifically highlight the talk about the destroying the resistance in Ukraine that was happening at the time. So things like that.
Also, the fact that the peasant there was the whole thing about the peasant question. Ukrainian people were primarily peasants in Soviet Ukraine, and that Stalin tied heavily the peasant question to the national question. And so through the destruction of the peasants in Soviet Ukraine, he also wanted to destroy Ukrainians as a nation, because to him, the peasant question was also the national question, which he wrote extensively about. Yeah.
Do exist. They are not, though. Oh, to be fair, he never said, for example, with Tatari, I want to destroy them as a nation or like ethnic group. He said they were traitors and collaborators with Nazis. That's why he deported them. So, but that was
just like with the Polish people, when he said that they caused the Holodomor, they were spies, they tried to destroy the Soviet Union, that Polish people collaborated to, if I remember correctly, separate which actually would have been pretty cool if actually Poland wanted to do that. I'm not gonna lie. That Poland was plotting to separate Soviet Ukraine from the Soviet Union and create a separate Ukrainian state. That was like a Polish ploy. That would have been so cool if that was actually the case. That would have been the best thing in the world. I'm not gonna lie. I wish that were the case.
Obviously a cleansing operation. So you can.
Yeah, but at least with Stalin, the intention was to remove that ethnic group. So that obviously, but unfortunately, that measure of the Genocide Convention never got included. So
Russification also is that you kill people there and then you replace.
Well, we really forget how peasants were targeted, and primarily, like the biggest peasant group was the Ukrainian people, and how Stalin really tied the peasant question to the national question. I have a whole speech of Stalin on the desktop about it.
Them with the Russian speakers, and you make books and everything in Russian, as they do, and they did do it. Also with Lemkin, I kind of disagree a little bit. I'm not saying he's like, there are other
Same. I disagree as well with Lemkin for the reasons that I've stated. Let's see what Ukrainian Anna's reasons are.
Obviously, there are Kolchitsky, Snyder, other people to talk about. Kolchitsky, I think, is the best person actually to talk about Holodomor in particular, because I think is the most knowledgeable, and I personally appreciate his take that it doesn't really matter whether the famine itself was intentional or not.
Yep, it does not matter in the slightest, because what matters is what it was weaponized to do. The intentionality or in the intentionality of the famine itself is irrelevant. The famine itself was just a means to an end. It was just a thing that was there conveniently to be weaponized to enact a thing. Yes. Also, I think Constante Gabert is pretty good on genocide. While we're shouting out experts on the topic of genocide.
It's what they did afterwards is what matters. And to me, that's like the best argument, because talking about the famine itself, you get,
Perfect.
Bogged down in a lot of details.
See, I said that. I'm like the best expert. I'm using the argumentation of the best expert. Think of that what you will. Think of that what you will. I have a mind of an expert. The biggest expert. True. Wow. Gosh.
Essentially. But with the Lemkin thing, his was like, he said it consisted of 4 steps, right? So the extermination of Ukrainian national elite, which he considered to be part of genocide, liquidation of Ukrainian Church Orthodox, which they did, extermination of the significant part of the Ukrainian peasantry, as well as custodians of tradition, so like music, language.
Which, by the way, to Stalin, peasants constituted the army of nationalists. So the peasant question to Stalin was the national question. I know I keep repeating it like a broken record, but it is extremely important in understanding Stalin's policy.
Literature, folklore, that sort of shit. And populating the territory with the nationalities with intent of mixing Ukrainians with them, which would eventually lead to the dissolution of the Ukrainian nation. That's four points he made out why he thought it was genocide.
And he called it the most quintessential example of a genocide possible. Like the most textbook example of a genocide, according to Lemkin, was the Holodomor. Again, you can see I think I'm gonna take a walk to the Genocide Museum, the Holocaust Museum. I'm gonna do a little bit of filming with the new camera, and I'm gonna show you that quote on stream. Tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. In the meantime, if you like what I do, why not consider donating or something? Anyway, got food coming soon. Just came because I wanted to share that link. Wait, what link? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the link. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. Welcome. Deep giggling. Great find, 5 subs. Wait, what 5 subs? Hold on, what? What are you talking about? Oh, 100 people watched the Bad Empanada video. Nice. Nice. It's growing. We are growing. You scared me. I tend to have that effect on people. Oh wow, okay. Should we react something from it? Yeah, it is cool. I do like that. I do like it. Alright. The side chat has become so quiet. Dr. Jones, Greaterade, Fake Kyle Parker, revive the... Wow, I have to say the camera is holding up pretty well. The camera is holding up pretty well. Maybe you should make myself more centered. Center myself. Okay, let's continue. Let us continue watching this. I did not expect to be name dropped. It is a nice surprise. Could be good since it is Indigenous Heritage Month in the US.
Yeah, but like I said, it doesn't really. Also, you're kind of like arguing
What?
with the consensus at this point, which I really kind of like don't
Well, no,
understand.
I don't disagree with any fact you're saying. It's just that every parameter you just introduced there is evidence of what would have been an older definition of genocide that wasn't adopted by the UN, right? These would all be like...
That's not exact. No. That's not exactly how that works. That's not exactly how that works. The truth is that the definition was not changed from what Lemking wanted it. It was not changed. It was shrank. That would be the better description of what happened to the Genocide Convention. For example, 2 whole groups were cut out from the definitions as Lemking wanted it. The crime of vandalism was cut. It wasn't changed. It was shrunk. It was shrunk in scope and size, but it's the idea, the framework is de facto the same. So what Anastasia is actually saying does in fact work even under the limited scope of the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, which, by the way, I'm not even sure if discussing the Holodomor through the UN Convention makes sense, because you have to keep in mind there is no legal repercussion linked to agreeing or disagreeing that the Holodomor is a genocide, even in official terms. Do you know why? That's because of how law, generally speaking, works. Law does not work backwards. And since the Genocide Convention was implemented after World War II, it does not prosecute retrospectively a thing that happened in 1932, 1933, namely the Holodomor. Does that make sense? So this acceptance that it was genocide has primarily a symbolic value, not a legal one. That is also something that is worth remembering when we discuss the Holodomor.
Ethnocide or
Really,
cultural.
the
Yeah.
Lincoln is like, Lincoln is like, I just made his points because people know him. I prefer like Kuchitsky, to be honest, a lot, and Snyder as well. But yeah, people just know him, so that's why I bring it up. But yeah, most people.
Lemkin has been unknown for a long time, by the way.
Does actually UK? Yeah, UK also says genocide, agrees that it was genocide. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I'm ever the subversive.
Yeah.
Loner box in shambles.
Not really.
Okay, first of all, I will say that
We're-
appealing to just because the country said
reduced
so didn't
to
mean shit.
rubble.
But
Reduced to
Yeah,
rubble and
I'm
cinders
just
and
saying.
ashes in front of the whole fucking stream, dude.
Oh my gosh. Fragile ego. He did get a little bit agitated. He did get a little bit mad when Paul said that. I will say it. I'm still here. Is Lemking also the person that wanted to? He lined out the whole thing. He basically wrote the basis of what became the crime of genocide. He created the law. And he started creating it even before World War II because of the Armenian genocide. And he called it the crime of barbarism. And after, he renamed it basically to genocide. But the first version of what he was working on was called the crime of barbarism. And yes, he wanted to include social groups and political groups into his definition. Yes. All right, let's continue.
Nah, he's a smarty one. But yeah, I do think there also have been a lot of like new information that was recently public from like archives and things like that.
True.
That is worth noting. I can send you a link afterwards if you want. There's a lot of like proof there of the intentionality, which is quite important when you speak about genocide and shit like that. So there are.
The intentionality part is important when talking about genocide in legal terms, specifically the UN definition, because there are many academic definitions that do not depend on intent as heavily as the UN Convention does.
a lot of new stuff, and also a lot of stuff was obviously hidden. Most people had absolutely no idea. I forgot, I think even Kulchitsky himself was like, it's not a genocide, but then he realized it was when he learned more about it. So, you know, it's
I think some of this is to do with debates over how much grain was actually available to send out and shit like that,
Yeah, a lot of details. I'm particularly not really even that important in a sense, because it's about the treatment, and that's what Paul, Paul, right? I think, yeah, correct? You brought up, that sort of thing, into say, Destiny actually brought it up to say like, oh, 4 million people like died, because of this. Also, 4 million people died because of the World War II here, right? So because they used to die, honestly. But the point is that
sucks. I see I see a way for humanity to not have you grow up in a place where dying is just kind of like, we're used to dying. We fucking World War II, World War One, Holodomor. We know how to die over here. I hate that, because there's so many young people in your country that are just never going to grow up because of this bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's one part of the tragedy living in a place that is, with Russia next door. So yeah, that's pretty. I mean, I wish it was different. Of course, I wish there was a generation in my, I thought it would be different. I thought it would in 21st century it would not happen, and that we can have a better life. But that seems to be.
For now, reacting to this, and then we'll see. Maybe we'll play some Valheim later. We'll see. What, don't you like what's happening on the stream so far?
Be the case. So, there is wanting and there is reality, and those are two different things. So, yeah. But I do appreciate Destiny is not here, so I cannot.
I'm here.
He
Just
would
hanging
not.
out.
Oh, you're here. I appreciate so much what you said to Paul about it's just so refreshing to see an American who actually understands the mentality of people here. Not to dig at Paul or anything, but I'm just saying. Yeah, it's just pretty. Paul himself said he was like kind of moved by that, because you brought it up in a very good way. First time I ever was actually listen to Destiny, and he said that people don't really want peace, they want justice. I nearly the single stoic Slavic tear fell from my eyes, because it's so very true, and it's understandable to people, I guess, who are not living in a country that is privileged enough to be safe and to be having the baddest, biggest army and nuclear arsenal, and nobody will, attack you in that way. So yeah, I appreciate that a lot.
I don't think it progressive.
I don't think it de-hippified me, but it was well put. I meant that sincerely.
Yeah, it was
I said, when people engage with me, they typically let me get 10 seconds into what I think, and then start calling me a dipshit or an asshole or whatever the fuck, and just the typical kind of cut down kind of, and that's how they present the facts. And it's just who listens to a perspective when it's couched in you're a fucking retard and this happened, and then you know what I mean? How am I? Nobody, right? And so Destiny's willingness to
maybe I will.
just say it without making any implications about my belief system or whatever the fuck. It was refreshing to see that.
Although I understand, I would say that most people would make, especially if you talk to Ukrainians about that, they would make that implication immediately. Not that you're retarded, but that you are pro-Russian and hiding it. because that's what we usually. I'm not saying you are. I don't think you are. But that's why I'm
I mean,
cordial.
if I am, they have yet to mail the check to the address that I put.
I mean, yeah, I don't think he is either, but there is a naivete there. There is some very, I guess, privilege is a word that comes to mind. Position of being far away from harm. I'm not sure how to put it. But
You be the
Provided,
next.
you know.
You be the next Tim Pool, okay?
Yeah.
But a point is that most people, just so you understand why maybe people might be even pro-Ukrainian people who are not Ukrainian might be quite aggressive about that, is because most people are doing this. Oh, Ukrainians are dying. We just don't want Ukrainians to die. Oh, we just want to stop the suffering. Blah, blah, and all of that. They're doing it not because they're genuinely even giving a fuck about the people and the death.
I mean, I do want Ukrainian people to not to die. The problem is that depending on how peace will be enacted, peace does not mean automatically that Ukrainian people would not die. Because, for example, if a lot of Ukrainian territory will end up in Russia's hands, and we know how Russia deals with occupied territories, then Ukrainian people will absolutely keep dying, will be tortured, killed, displaced. There will be a huge refugee crisis. Just because the war ends, depending on how the war ends, it does not automatically mean that the suffering and the killing and the death will end. It's just that death, that suffering will not be as visible in the mainstream as during a war. That is a big difference. And then people will be able to calmly treat it as a situation of out of sight, out of mind. There's no war happening, so I don't have to think about it anymore. That is my opinion on the matter.
They're doing it because they just don't want to cut off aid to Ukraine because they want us to be rolled by Russia. So because of that, most people
I don't
just
want
hear
you to be rolled. I definitely don't want anybody to be rolled by Russia or anybody else, right?
Well, we will be if we don't have enough support. So,
I understand that. I understand that, and
Yeah.
I have argued against the United States' continued arming of Ukraine.
You have.
And the reason for that is just
You said.
well, the continued armament, right? I'm not against us sending as much aid as is needed or possible or whatever, but like the continued armament, the kind of like further armament, it's hard for me to separate myself from the millions. I don't know how many people once the
Well, that is so naive and bad because not giving Ukraine armaments is basically giving. That is wanting Ukraine to be rolled, basically, for all intents and purposes. That is allowing Russia to roll over Ukraine. Because I know what Paul wants to say. I just want the humanitarian aid to be sent. I just want the good humanitarian aid.
are done on this conflict, how many millions of people will be dead?
Well, here's the thing. You're looking at it from a perspective of a person on another continent.
Yeah.
So for you, the war stops, good, right? So the war ends, great. That's the perspective of most people.
Yes, and the truth is, the war ends, and I've already described a few things that could be happening, even if the war ends.
But point is that if the war right now, right this second stops, and for example, my city where I live is no longer bombed, yeah, which seems good on on a surface level. But why do you think would I be against that? because I am. But why would you think
Well,
I'd be?
you specifically as a Ukrainian person would be against, well, hold on, against the cessation of hostilities,
Yeah.
or
The war stops now.
because
If we are,
there is no political outcome in that country yet. It's all up in the air, right? And so basically Ukraine would have to admit that part of Ukraine is now Russia, right?
that's one of the reasons, but definitely not in my even top 5.
Okay.
I would say.
All right.
Yeah,
So what would be your reason then?
So reason number 1 that the stopping of it now is a death sentence to my country, because in a time of 5 or 10 years,
They will just start again, especially without any serious security guarantees. Yeah, the freezing of the conflict right now will just mean that. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
they will just attack again.
Yeah.
And nobody will stop them, just like nobody stopped them before. So we will be weakened significantly, because we will be licking our wounds, trying to restore our power plants. That are 70% of our power is down now because of Russian bombing of the power plants.
And that's
So
why the
we have
blackouts are back. Thank God electricity is here now. But honestly, it might go out, and I've not checked the schedule, so at any point now it might just become dark. And the stream will die for a few moments, and then I will have to turn on a battery, and I'll have to connect a few things, internet, etc. And then and only then we'll be able to continue. So far, so good. We've got the electricity, but for how long will that last? I have no clue. I honestly have no clue if the electricity will not just give out at some point. Also, we would have no light. Like, there would be no light. I'd just have the internet and the laptop going. I would not have any light on. So there's that.
electricity problem, all of that, yeah. But point is that restoring that is extremely difficult.
Yep.
Restoring cities that have been extremely bombed is also quite difficult. It's quite simple to understand, like how many shit we will have to. The economy is like as in shambles as it is, and it only is handing
And
the aid people give us.
The treatment of the people in the occupied areas, which I mentioned, the displacement that would happen, the refugee crisis that it would trigger. Can you get I've got a battery. I've got a battery. So I can power the router and possibly even the computer. So yeah, I would be able to continue. I will be able to continue to stream even if the electricity dies, if you're wondering about that. We probably will be able to continue the stream even if the electricity goes down. Because there is a battery here. It's not a UPS per se, it's more like a power bank. It can work as a UPS.
So we are thankful for that, obviously. But nobody would invest in a country like we are, that everyone understands will be attacked in 10 years or something, or 5 years. We will not be able to join any alliances of any.
How long is the battery? It's an EcoFlow, so quite a lot. Especially if I only use it for the laptop and the router, then it's a lot. Does the blackout affect the internet? Yes, because the router goes off. And when the router goes off, I cannot use the internet. But if I connect the router directly to the battery, then I can. The charge lasts for a long time, several hours, depending on what sort of devices you use. It would last me for a 6-hour stream, no problem. That's for sure. The internet infrastructure, well, this particular internet company does not seem to be affected by the blackout. All I have to do is connect the router. So I assume it's fine for the internet infrastructure, at least for this particular company, which I have no clue what company it is. The internet is just provided here. I don't know what company provides it.
Guarantees of our protection in the future. NATO, for example, is not possible when you have disputed territories that nobody will recognize, and all of that shit. Sure. So that's number one reason. So all of the death of my friends, of my of soldiers, I'm a volunteer at the front as well. All of that would be for nothing, and that's
exactly that is what also a big. There is also the reason why it'll be whatever happens. It'll be difficult to find joy in the end of the war.
Truly the worst thing I can possibly imagine, worse than death, in my opinion. So yeah, that's number one reason. Yeah.
That's horrible, and I'm sorry that you've lost so many friends.
Yeah, well, second reason is that occupation doesn't stop. So just because there's active war.
That is a very important reason. I've talked about this ad nauseum, how just because the war will end, it doesn't mean that the death, suffering, and so forth will end. It'll continue. It'll just not be as availably visible to people outside of the immediately affected areas.
Stops, right? So there's no longer, active fighting, right, in the regions and stuff like that. There are areas that are occupied. Our people will continue to be occupied. And what will happen is that they will live in a complete and utter isolation.
And also all these people that have been waiting for so long, that are still hoping to be rescued, that are still hoping to be liberated. This is a very multifaceted thing. Even without the death, without the suffering, this waiting to be rescued and this hope being crushed after so many years of waiting, that is also an important factor in my opinion.
Poverty with zero human rights under Russian occupiers that are loner escaped. Sorry, loner, we bored him. Under Russian occupation, and currently even the fucking UN admits that rape, torture is a systematic issue by Russian occupation and by Russian forces of prisoners of war and of civilians.
There's a huge report about sexual violence against Ukrainian people compounded in Poland. A really big report.
Civilians in particular, men, women, children, whatever, doesn't matter. Like, actually, people don't really talk about it, but actually more men even suffered from rape than
so
women.
What would you say to this? Looking at it in hindsight, right? And maybe looking forward to any further conflicts with Russia. Would it have been better for the United States to just give an all or nothing kind of red line in the sand, like, we're going to put troops on the border? If you lodge so much as
This was an argument that Paul Zigo used in the debate with Dylan Burns.
A pea shooter into that, we'll look at it as an attack on America, blah, blah, blah. Like that whole, and then, how many millions of people who are Russian would be alive? How many millions of people who are Ukrainian would be alive if we had not sat by, right?
Too much, but you're overestimating a little bit the number of people dead. But do you mean before the whole ordeal, like in 22 or like in 2014, or what time are you saying?
I'm talking about the 22, kind of like the major incursion where they pushed all the way to the capital, and all of that territory had to be retaken. You know what I mean? If America had, because there was this huge border buildup right before it, right? It's not like we live in a world where Russia can build up that amount of artillery and tanks and soldiers to just sweep in. So it's like we knew it was happening. America definitely could have mobilized local troops, right, and just been like, okay, now what? You know what I mean? And I don't think Russia wants
to be turned into a nuclear parking lot any more than America does. So would that have been better, right, in retrospect? And would it be a better foreign policy for America to adopt going forward, however this conflict works out, right?
Well, I mean, obviously, it like sounds like a fantasy land. You know,
It
someone
is.
sweeps in, saves our ass.
Like, I'm sorry, this is if the US and the broader West is afraid to send certain types of weapons, give certain types of permissions in fear of nuclear escalation, then does Paul really believe that the US could simply be adopt a position of, yeah, now we're gonna place troops in this country, this place is our turf now, and if you violate our turf, we're gonna go all out on you? Does Paul really think that that was a scenario that could ever realistically happen? That would ever realistically happen in the past, present, or future? When already Donald Trump is speaking of backing out, and even if a freezing of conflict happens, it's up to the European troops to be keeping that peace. No US troops involved. This is a very naive sort of thinking, in my opinion.
Nobody dies, but it's just deeply unrealistic. Like America now is their like isolationist bind, as is like quite a lot of other countries. They don't want to directly fight with Russia whatsoever, and we're not asking them. Even Europe doesn't want to. Never mind the United States that is on.
Correct. Even though there were whispers about the topic of sending troops to Ukraine being revived, it was quickly shut down by the UK that said, we don't have any plans of sending troops to Ukraine at this moment. But the fact is that the conversation has been apparently revived very recently among European countries.
On another continent and has a
so from a
and an Estonian politician has commented on this, saying that Europe should not be sending troops to Ukraine, but rather should be pumping a lot of money into Ukraine's domestic weapons production.
From an uninformed on the local politics perspective, right? What good is it? And Destiny, I want to know your thoughts on this too. What good is it being the biggest military on the planet? And when it comes to however you said I'm overestimating the deaths, but however many people are dead because of this, right? The difference between that and a broader expansion of Russian influence, like how would it have not been better for us to flex that muscle via just putting NATO troops or American troops with a NATO fucking backbone on that border?
Because that would have been too far of an escalation for the West to be comfortable with. That is the simplest answer that can be given to this.
Order and saying you shall not pass.
I'm not saying it wouldn't be. It's just a Lord of the Rings sort of fantasy. And
why?
I'm saying you would never have done it.
Why is mobilizing?
Because the West is not willing to do far less in fear of escalation. That should be your answer. That should be the end of it. I'm sorry to say that the West has kept itself from doing far less than this in fear of escalation, of nuclear escalation.
Troops and putting them on a border, a Lord of the Rings fantasy.
Yeah,
well, because
it is.
Because NATO is supposed to only protect NATO protects NATO countries.
Yep.
So your real enemy here is NATO.
No, NATO protects NATO countries.
NATO's
NATO. The real enemy is the group that attacks you. I'm sorry, this is the keen of telling Poles during the beginning of World War II, oh, England and France did not come to your rescue when Hitler invaded. So your enemy really is not Hitler. It's the UK and France. No, the enemy is still Hitler. I'm sorry to say that even if France and UK did not really fulfill their obligations as allies, it does not follow that they are therefore the real enemy and not Hitler. Hitler was still the actual enemy. just as Russia is the enemy of Ukraine, not NATO. Oh boy.
So doesn't Ukraine border NATO countries on the western side?
Yeah, because those countries wanted to join NATO in order to be secure from Russia. That was the case for Poland. I'm pretty sure that was the case for Hungary. What's the point being made here? Maybe I should have called in for this.
We border it, but we're not in NATO. One of the main reasons of 2014 was invasion Russia did, and annexation was not to let us be in NATO. So we are not protected from their invasion.
Okay, so fuck the NATO troops, American
Actually, it was more about the European Union than NATO, but...
then.
Okay,
good
Paul,
old boys in fucking red, white, and blue.
This is the issue. Okay, imagine you've got like 10 people at a bar. Okay, and imagine
10 people at a bar.
2 of these dudes carry knives with them. All right. When these guys go to fight other people, all right, they don't have to pull their knife out because they know that nobody else has a knife, so it's okay. It's just going to be fist fighting. Right? Nobody's going to get killed in any of these fights. There's 2 guys with knives, but nobody else has knives, so nobody's going to get killed. Okay, because everybody's going to be fist fighting, because that's the rules. That's what they understand. However, if the 2 people with knives start fighting each other, well, now it gets really scary because now there's a temptation, knowing the other side has a knife, that they're going to pull their knife out, and now you have like a knife fight where everybody might be getting stabbed. There's a huge escalation there that nobody in that room is interested in seeing, because it starts to call into question, like, you know, the end result for any fight that happens between the 2. That's the reason why NATO and then the Russian sphere of influence exist in a world where they're never supposed to.
It's not a knife fight, though. The dudes with knives.
I don't think he understands what is being said. I don't think he understands the point. It was just very disappointing. Oh boy. That is a very straightforwardly explained point, but whatever. Wow. But there's not a knife fight, Destiny. Wow.
Not going to attack if it's not a knife fight, though.
I don't understand what you're saying.
The point was escalation, you doofus. Oh my god. Hello, welcome Kai. Welcome to the Kyiv stream. I'm streaming using the newly bought camera. The camera feed that you're seeing, the little one, is the camera. That's the camera.
No such thing as a knife fight with America, dude. We've got the biggest dick on the planet.
It doesn't. No. It doesn't matter how big your dick is. No.
Oh my god.
Laser.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everybody has no.
Wow. He missed the point completely. Also, the knife in this hypothetical are, I'm pretty sure, the nukes. So.
When 2 nuclear powers have.
There you go. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you for clarifying that the knives are the nukes in this little scenario. God. I cannot believe this. I'm back. I just fooded. Nice. You know what? I'm thinking about fooding as well, but no, I shouldn't. I think Destiny needed to draw some stick figures to make the point clearer. I don't know how you could make the point even clearer, because at the end of this, he just plainly said it causes an escalation. The point wasn't using knives. The point wasn't it being a knife fight versus fist fight. The point was going from a much less violent type of fighting to a much more risky and potentially lethal type of fighting. An escalation from one state to the other. And he used the bar knife fist fight to make it easier, to make it a more down-to-earth example. That's it. How Paul missed all of this is beyond me. It's beyond me how Paul missed this. But, you know.
The knives are the nukes. You can't go to war with each other because...
There you go. He plainly said it. The knives are the nukes.
But he just gets blown up. Everybody gets obliterated. So the whole point about making these complicated, like supranational entities like NATO is to avoid people like Russia and the United States.
I'm sure you get my point. Yes.
We're going like directly, you know, fighting head to head with each other. That's the point.
I understand that. I understand nuclear aversion, right? But I just don't see.
It's called nuclear deterrence, nuclear aversion.
I don't know. From a perspective of it being provocative, right? For the United States to involve itself in that way, and that's why NATO is there as a buffer state, right, or as a buffer organization so that America can work through NATO to ultimately achieve the containment of Russia.
NATO is not a buffer. NATO is NATO. Like if you fuck with NATO, you're fucking with its. I think the term is a nuclear umbrella.
Then what is the difference between us putting American troops on the border?
Also, the nuclear umbrella is a completely different subject than NATO because the US has countries under its nuclear umbrella that are not part of NATO, which is also important to know. As far as I'm aware, South Korea is not part of NATO, Japan is not part of NATO, and yet I'm pretty sure that they are being covered by the US nuclear umbrella. So let's decouple NATO from the nuclear umbrella because they are not necessarily intrinsically linked.
Having a red line with Russia saying you're not going to set a toe into Ukraine
because Ukraine is not in NATO.
Okay, so why doesn't the United States make a treaty with Ukraine that precludes military incursion?
So yes, nuclear umbrella is not a country does not have to be in NATO to be covered by the US nuclear umbrella. That part's true, but the truth is the West is just not willing to go into such a escalation nuclear war-wise.
From Russia.
We did have it.
It's a complicated question, but like.
Well, here's the problem that I have, and maybe this is simplistic thinking, but the end result of that complicated question is a million people fucking dead, and a bunch of
you have to stop looking at you have to stop looking you have to stop looking you have to stop looking at just like the people dead because there could be way more people dead depending on what's going on. Okay, it's not just like a
profit. I'm looking at the profit incentive too of the American weapons
it's
companies
not about that.
involved.
It has nothing to do with that. This is almost completely totally disconnected and unrelated.
It has nothing to do with
here's the issue. Without getting into complicated issues that even I don't understand fully because I haven't done the research, the reality is Ukraine can't join NATO or couldn't join NATO in the past because Russia might want to fuck with it in the future. That's the actual answer. So if Ukraine made a sincere and serious bid to join NATO, which was almost inconceivable prior to at least 2014, Russia still felt like they had some kind of control.
And also, the main thing was joining the European Union in 2014 for many reasons, and I'm not sure if we're going to be going into it. NATO was not really a consideration in 2014.
Over the politics of that country, whether it was through Yanukovych or whether it was through Poroshenko, I think.
Poroshenko was after Maidan. No, Yanukovych was.
Okay, there might have been another. There was another. Other leaders probably have it. I don't know. But like, the reality is that like Russia feels like they have some control there, and if they join NATO, what you're basically saying is when a country joins NATO, what we're saying is this piece is no longer on the board. You're not allowed to mess with it anymore, and Russia probably would never accept that when it comes to Ukraine. So in your mind, you're right in that if Ukraine was in NATO, they wouldn't get attacked. But the way that would play out is like, oh, okay, Ukraine, you want to join NATO? As soon as you say that, Russia's like, oh, well, we're full on invading every part of this country because that's never going to happen. That's the issue that you run into.
Okay. Okay. So.
And also there was like after 2014, it became a total non-starter because NATO does not accept countries that are in an active conflict. So, to back up your point, one of Japan's four pillars nuclear policy is to rely on the extended U.S. nuclear deterrent. Yeah, exactly. So it's not that the U.S. cannot extend its nuclear umbrella to countries that are not part of NATO.
What if there was ceding of some border territory to Russia on the table for the NATO? Like, what if that was part of the arrangement, right?
You would have to cede so much that Ukraine is losing. There's two huge problems with this. One is there's probably never enough that Russia would be happy with. And two, if there was a part that Russia would be happy with, it would be so much of Ukraine that would be ceded that you have like 30% of the country left after enough that they feel like they're secure. They probably were going to want to take over a whole bunch of Ukrainian industry, agriculture. They're going to want like a land bridge to Crimea so that they have access to the sea unobstructed. Like it's going to be so much that at that point it's like, and then it's also the idea of like, well, fuck, why the fuck would we give up part of our country?
I mean, we already know, since Putin has already said several times what Russia wants, to even sit down with Ukraine.
Yeah, would Ukraine want to be in NATO if it meant giving up so much of their country anyway? Like at that point, they might as well just lose it to Ukraine in war than have NATO strip it from them.
Here's the thing. I agree with everything you said, but also there's like most of our industry and of our money-making resources are all in the east.
For example, the steel industry of Ukraine, which the big coal mine Pokrovsk, which is responsible for a huge part of Ukraine's steel industry. People don't know that after agriculture, apparently Ukraine's biggest moneymaker is steel. And capturing Pokrovsk would, and especially the mine that's near it, that's a thing that would just severely cripple Ukraine's steel industry.
And south, which are coincidentally the parts that Russia wants the most. So that's like losing of that is just losing our entire ability to be independent.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Russia is more than willing to part ways with the western parts of Ukraine. It proposed a plan that would give parts of western Ukraine to countries like Romania, Poland, and Hungary.
Country and to have any sort of like economical prosperity whatsoever.
Well, one way or the other, right? I see Ukraine as an ongoing like economic project.
Ukraine is an ongoing economic project.
The United States from a very cold perspective.
Wait.
That's so ridiculous. I'm sorry. An economic project.
But why?
Like one way or the other, the United States is going to be investing in Ukraine for a long time.
Yeah, but
yep. That's being invested into is a far better alternative to being invaded, tortured, killed. Oh boy.
Hold on, but Ukraine and Poland and Hungary and
Poland mentioned. Thank you.
Romania and these Eastern European countries, they don't want to be projects of the
True.
West. These are places that have plenty of industry, talent, plenty of natural resources. Like these are
I'm the talent. I'm the talent of this region. So if you appreciate my talent as a Polish, Jewish, trans streamer, if you appreciate this talent that has been just mentioned by Destiny, oh gosh, I just linked you the thing. I just linked you the wrong thing. I'm gonna remove this. If you appreciate my talents, then you'll join the page immediately and without any, please appreciate my talent. Here you go. There you go. Join this page, appreciate my talent, and subscribe or donate. All right? I, as a Polish person, am a talent.
These are countries that can exist and even thrive given the right governments and lack of corruption on their own. Why would they want to just be projects?
It seems like we're dancing around the fucking shit here. It seems to me like we're dancing around the real
Also,
issue.
thank God, Law and Justice.
The real issue is that
thank God, Law and
Russia
Justice
is a hugely ancient, lumbering beast and needs to be fucking countered at every fucking possible like angle, right? It needs to be stopped, right?
Yes, I agree. Give us
Hey, what
weapons.
happens?
Well, that's the thing, is like you blowing yourselves out to the point where now it's like people are saying like, hey, you should conscript 18-year-olds there.
Oh my God, why did the thing just freeze? Oh, whatever. Let's wait for a moment. But yes, I'm gonna listen to it again. I'm gonna comment. I could not comment because the thing froze. Oh my God. Really? I have to go back now.
Is because these companies,
financiers,
Ukrainian person would be against well, hold on, against the cessation of hostilities, or
The war stops now.
because there is no political to ultimate
projects.
It seems like we're dancing around the fucking shit here. It seems to me like we're dancing around the real issue here. The real issue is that Russia is a hugely ancient, lumbering beast and needs to be fucking countered at every fucking possible.
What does that have to do with Ukraine being America's project? Or this is just nonsensical? I mean, okay.
Like angle, right? It needs to be stopped, right?
Yes, I agree. Give us weapons.
Well, that's the thing, is like you blowing yourselves out to the point where now it's like people are saying like, hey, you should conscript 18-year-olds.
This is so stupid. We are in the situation that we are in because Ukraine has not received adequate aid. That is the problem. That is exactly why we are. That is why so many experienced people in Ukraine died. Because the aid has been drip fed. A lot of the aid has been given too late. A lot of types of weapons has been given when their utility has been largely diminished. Too late, too little quantity, just really bad stuff. The aid has not been properly handled. That is the main culprit. And to say now, oh, you're just blowing yourself up and you need to conscript 18-year-olds now, this is ridiculous. We are in this situation because, among other things, of how aid has been handled. And I will say the aid has not been handled very well.
It's there.
Not with Biden, who could have given who could have allowed the missiles to be used in Russian territory quite some time ago, but refused to do it against his advisors, is the easiest example to give.
Oh, that's
Right?
America says that. We didn't agree to that.
You guys aren't doing it. I'm just saying that like America is like, hey, get your teenagers involved, right?
Listen, I don't like that either. Let me be like for real with you. Only because.
Okay, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna give this. Okay, I'm gonna insert this comment to the comment of Convenient Estelle because I feel like I have to. But I'm probably gonna edit it out of the segment. When Paul says that Russia is ancient, he does not literally mean that it's ancient in this sense that it's been around since ancient times. He basically means that the way things are run in Russia are old, outdated, and that it's basically an outdated construct of a country. That's what he means when he says that it's ancient. He does not mean that it's Oh, it's an ancient country that has been around since time immemorial. When Christ was born, Russia, that's not what he means. To defend Paul a bit. Some of the concerned trolls argue that US politics were always doomed and would never allow sufficient aid, and therefore Ukraine should have just negotiated surrender from the beginning. This is a horrible point to make. I say to that, it's just stupid. I'm sorry. Like, how was... No, I'm sorry. That's a ridiculous point. It's like saying, hey, you know what? Poland should have guessed that I keep going back to World War II. Poland should have guessed that the United Kingdom and France would not come to its rescue in 1939, and therefore Poland should have just given Hitler what he wanted: Gdańsk and the neutral highway through Poland to Gdańsk. Poland just should have basically joined the Nazis before 1939, and because they should have known that they would be not aided in 1939, right? No, that's silly. Hindsight is 2020. That is what I have to say to this statement. Hindsight is 2020.
It's not a fair deal. If they were like, listen, we give you like 2% of your budget, of our budget, we give you like 3%, 5%, whatever. No, I don't know, enough that you need. Like, we give you planes, we give you long-range missiles. They just only recently, almost 3 years of
You're right. They Parker, they will not stop.
War, they give us their permission to use long-range missiles, which incredibly affected us already, especially me in Kharkiv, in terms of how much I'm getting. Just listen to this. So if they gave us everything we needed and more, and then said, but you have to fully commit to this fucking war, like throw fucking everyone, this needs to be like a short war that you win fast, that's one thing. But they didn't give us shit in last year. They prohibited other people from giving us shit.
True. And they prohibited Poland from that deal about giving jets. They prohibited Poland from striking down missiles above Ukrainian skies and drones in the west. That's, it's annoying.
UK, for example, UK wanted to give us permission to use their Shadow Storm missiles for a while, but United States didn't agree to it. So they sabotaged our aid from other countries as well, but they also demand that we throw 18-year-olds on the front. That's the bad part.
Well, that's the profit motive that I was trying to talk about earlier that everybody said I was a dumb cuck for bringing up, but whatever.
Well, I didn't say so, but I'm just saying that that's...
Yeah, I know you didn't. I was just arguing with the chat, which is never a good idea. Fuck you, chat.
Oh, I see, yeah. I don't see chat right now. Hello, by the way, DGG. But yeah, point is that just that's unfair in itself, obviously, right? That's quite a demand. If you want to demand things, then you have to also provide things, in my opinion. Just demands, is not something we enjoy. But it's not about the. It's just I understand you want like this better thing, better world, and things like that. And obviously, I would prefer for example, to not be bombed every day. Obviously, I would prefer that. But but it's not just exactly how the world works, whether you like it or not. And also, what we
I feel like I know what she was about to say twice here, but
what we can do is stand against Russia, and we had insane success with it in terms of just how they want to just, everyone predicted will fall apart in a week and they will take the entire country, right? It didn't happen. It's nearly 3 years now. And yes, there is a stagnation, and also there is huge difficulties with limitation. We're not getting aid from Europe and the United States on time at all. We've been thrown like 3 tanks against 300 tanks. All of that is
ridiculous. The fact that Poland has given the biggest amount of tanks of all the allies is just Ridiculous. Poland is not such a rich country. Or any bombing around your part? There's bombing in all parts of Ukraine. There's no alarm right now, if you're asking about that. If you're asking about if you're asking about there is no alarm right now. Hold on. Let me grab my phone. Oh, here it is. Not check. There's no alarm right now as far as I know. Okay, there's actually a drone alarm in the Kyiv region. None in the Kyiv city itself. UAV from Chersky region to Kyiv region. UAV from Chersky region to Poltava region. UAV in Kirovograd region to heading west. So there's no alarm in the city itself right now, but there is a drone alert in the Kyiv region. So yeah, there's a drone threat in the general area right now.
Definitely a problem. But there was a moment as well where we have like insanely high morale, insanely high investment in war, and everyone who participated in it. Like, just think about it. Like, in the first year of this war in 22, right, and half of 23, practically all people on the front were volunteers. So that was people that went and volunteered. Right now, it's not like that anymore. There is mobilization, right? But first year and a half, it's actually, people don't really talk about it, but it's actually like miraculous if you think about it. We didn't need mobilization for such a long time facing off Russia that is 30 times our size. Because how many people went there on the front lines? Like in my city, on the first day,
there were anecdotes of people sitting in a bar, standing up when they saw what's happening, and going to volunteer to be. Oh. Now the alarm siren went off. Now there's an alarm in the city as well. An app went off, and now I can hear a siren from outside the window. I'm not sure if you can hear it. Can you hear the siren? Can you hear it? Or no? You probably cannot hear it. But there's a siren right now. I could open the window, maybe then you could hear it, but there's definitely a siren going off right now. Let's see if it's the same thing. Drones. Yep, drones. Drones in the city. Oh well. Probably to attack the critical infrastructure. What was I saying before the alarm went off? I was making some point. What was the point I was making before the siren went off? What were they talking about?
First day of and there on the front lines.
Oh yeah, there were those anecdotes about people that were in a bar. They would watch the television and they would stand up and go to conscript, to volunteer into the army. And those anecdotes were about people in Poland, about Ukrainian people in Poland who would then stand up to go to Ukraine and volunteer. There were a lot of stories circulated in Poland about Ukrainian people that would leave immediately for Ukraine when the war started to volunteer. I remember that.
In my city, on the first day of invasion, lines of people, kilometers of people, okay, enlisted. So it's just, that was the moment, right? But the stagnation.
So what topics is Destiny fully researched so we get a straight answer from about something? Anything related to Israel-Palestine? Anything related to COVID and vaccines? Anything related to probably like the current Ukraine?
Oh my God! Why is Destiny talking over? Oh my God!
Russian war, anything related to, I think the January 6th stuff or a lot of Trump admin stuff. What do you mean? There's a lot of subjects. I just don't know everything.
It's not like it's a unique thing. But what I'm saying is that's realistic. Helping us is realistic. So, like a species.
Oh, the realism of the help is diminishing, dwindling by...
Nordic countries do now. They're actually like quite invested recently in our success with F-16.
And the Baltics, Poland has been pretty invested, and things are looking well between Poland and Ukraine right now, which I'm happy about.
And Patriots and all of that. But that's what you can do. You can't reverse back and say, oh, Ukraine should have been allowed in NATO or America's troops should have been there. Should be to help me, okay?
Here's my understanding of this, right? And I'm gonna try and say this in a way that isn't like flagged off of every type of social media ever. Okay? So we're gonna use a metaphor, okay?
You just say the thing. Just say the thing. We don't need a metaphor.
No. I don't think we can say the thing.
Oh my God.
I don't think I should say the thing. Okay.
Oh my God.
America has the bleeding edge of bleeding edge when it comes to military shit, right? So it sounds to me, it's like, wouldn't it be better in the long run for everybody, for people that are living under the regime in Russia who don't want to be, right? For these border countries that want to be there.
Would have, could have, should have. Would have, could have, should have. Literally.
Their own people and their own countries and interface with the economy.
Already, we have
countries and interface with the economy.
Paul.
Their own people and these border countries that want to be there, right? For these border countries that want to be there.
True. We the Poles, we want to be our own people.
Their own people and their own countries and interface with the economy.
Already, we have
you understand. I understand that the language is very... I didn't mean it that way.
Okay.
I mean, you want the right to be who you are. Right? You want the right to your country, for that country's
to be
borders
like everyone else.
Right. For the country's borders to be respected, for you to have, access to the global economy and a flourishing, right? But here's the thing.
Yes.
We do Operation...
Yes, Paul.
Simultaneous Hydra head slice, okay?
Oh,
where
no.
They're keeping these nuclear weapons.
Oh, my God. Paul is proposing a first disarming nuclear strike against Russia to disarm their nuclear arsenal. Believe it or not, in the nuclear doctrine, that is something that has been proposed in the past. And then it was deemed impossible because there were too many nukes in the USSR. And since that time, the number of nukes has only grown. So it's a lot more than then. And it was back in the day when there were a lot fewer nukes. it was deemed impossible to do this disarming strike. And now that there are a lot more nukes, Paul is reviving this idea, reviving this sentiment of why don't we just disarm all of their nukes before they can even use them? It's so simple, isn't it? We have the cutting edge. Come on.
Boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom.
sure.
Well,
Boom,
no,
boom,
right?
boom.
We don't. No, that's the whole point of nuclear weapons. You don't know where they are.
Okay. Then step one is why the fuck don't we know where they're keeping their nuclear
We can't
weapons?
know. Okay, so there's a concept.
Well, because there's so many, first of all. And there are three way of, you have the nuclear triad,
called the nuclear triad, right? Which means you.
There we go! There we go. Oh my god.
You can launch nukes from different places, like air, land, or sea. There are nuclear subs that are supposed to be in the ocean.
I understand all that.
Yeah.
There are submarines, there are airplanes, and
Yeah,
there
so we
are
can't. There's no way that we can find.
ground-launched nuclear
Yeah, so we can't. We don't
Yeah,
know
you
where
can
all the
attach
nuclear
them
subs
to
are,
anything,
right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, that's that problem number one, man. Right?
Also, the problem isn't just knowing where they are. The problem is the sheer volume of them. That's also a problem. You cannot disarm them all. It has been deemed impossible in the past, and since then the amount of nukes has only increased. The alarm is going off again.
Operation Simultaneous Hydra Head Cut requires us to
Yeah, oh yes, nobody has ever thought about this before. Nobody has ever before thought of... Nobody has ever before thought of disarming first nuclear strike against the USSR and then Russia. It's probably... Wow.
locate these nuclear weapons.
Let's just go for 10 more minutes, okay?
Where are they at?
And it's very cool. Like it's very Marvel comic thing. But I'm just trying to ground you in reality, okay? And reality is that nobody is going to nuke anyone for Ukraine. In fact,
I'm sorry. I feel like if the reality is we can arm any country against any other aggressive country with the top of the line shit that we've got, right? I think that the reality is we could do what I'm talking about or some.
I think the reality is that nobody really wants to nuke anybody for anything, period. That's the whole point of the nuclear taboo. That's why it's so powerful. Nuclear weapons are the most powerful when they are not used, when they are just used as a threat. Nobody wants to nuke anybody in reality.
Fucking functional version of it, right? Where it's like we use the might of our military and the might of our fucking satellites and our jets and our
Well, that's escalation. Have you never heard of a concept called the escalation ladder? Maybe Destiny should explain that to you after the nuclear triad. The concept of a nuclear ladder, escalation ladder. He's describing military equipment like he's buying hardcore drugs. I've heard it described as a bunch of, I don't know, like playing war with figurines. You know, you take these, we have a powerful army, and then they go, we just take our superior armies and we boom, 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 you know? And they're like Warhammer fantasy battle. My army's bigger than yours and got better stats and just gonna... Yes, Destiny did just leave to play the piano. Correct.
Our own counter-offensive shit, right? I think that like us eternally supporting border skirmishes.
It's not
right?
a border skirmish.
I could have been playing the piano, but I'm not gonna go into the reasons why I don't.
Border skirmishes. I think that like us eternally supporting border skirmishes.
It's a Destiny
that like
Lab.
counter fucking satellites and our military and the might of our fucking satellites and our jets and our own counter offensive shit, right?
Shit.
I think that like us eternally supporting border
War is a bit more complicated than that.
skirmishes.
It's not
Right?
a border skirmish.
Well, okay, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean like I'm just talking.
What the fuck? Yeah, just eternal border skirmishes. They're not border. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. What the? Oh god, dude. Oh. Wow.
Talking about like your.
I understand that for you it is just some, I don't know, Donbass and Zaporizhzhia, who cares? I understand that. That's not news to me. I have been talking to American Donbass and Zaporizhzhia.
What the fuck?
It's not
Right? It's shit, right?
Oh, hold on.
Відбій повітряної тривоги. Увага! Відбій повітряної тривоги.
Oh, looks like we're in the clear. Looks like we're in the clear. Paul's an idiot and I barely know anything about Ukraine. Well,
I think that like us eternally supporting border skirmishes.
It's not
Right?
a border skirmish.
border skirmishes, a full-scale invasion. Wow. It's like the border skirmish of 1939. I'm going back to World War II again.
Well, okay, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean like I'm just talking about like your.
I understand that for you it is just some, I don't know, Donbass and Zaporizhzhia, who cares? I understand that. That's not news to me. I have been talking to Americans,
know.
unfortunately
sorry,
for me,
but
for a
that-
long while.
that's
It's
just
just,
how-
it's just, I just am trying to make it clear that the entire nation is at stake
Yeah.
right now.
Yep.
For us.
Yes.
And, for
Yes.
us,
Correct. Yes. And then I like it. It is funny to laugh for 5 seconds, but it's infuriating. Well, that is the unfortunate part of the human condition, greater unfortunate, but
people in Europe. It also is quite worrisome because their assets are also on the line, much more than American assets are, especially countries with already precedents of Russian annexation,
Yeah.
such as Georgia and Moldova, that Russia also invaded and annexed.
and already is meddling in Georgia. Georgian Dream has thrown away its talk about joining the European Union, is going the Russian way. Moldova's territory is being occupied, and there has been intense meddling in Moldova as well. And now we're seeing signs of Russian meddling in Romania. Yeah.
Where it's from.
I don't believe
Kazakhstan
that we
also.
don't have tabs on these nukes, man. I don't
Whatever
believe
it
it.
is, whether you have or
If we
not,
were
it's not,
able
it's
to-
not the
if we-
case. that you will use them. And
Because
Yep.
that's the whole thing that's keeping them safe. That's the whole thing from keeping the entire world from going, I'm tired of looking at Putin's puffy ass fucking face, talking bullshit every day. He's usurped, bitch. He's out of here, and this is now a United States project,
yeah,
just
cool
like the
story,
rest of
dude.
the world. You know?
Well, yeah, of course, everything's a United States project. No countries have any sort of agency. No countries have any sort of say. It's just the United States and its projects, I guess. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is. What commentary am I supposed to insert here? Am I supposed to calmly, slowly explain why the idea of a first disarming nuclear strike by the US is just untenable? Undoable? Impossible? What else is there to say apart from Paul is just living in some fantasy land? He does not know what he's talking about. And he's supposed to be very old and wise. He's supposed to have the experience of life behind him.
I mean, like, they're the only thing standing between us and that is how many nukes? A few thousand nukes can't be found somewhere on the globe? You kidding me? Dude,
Fuck it. Let's go. He calls himself wise. How many nukes does Russia have? Couple of nukes. Wow. Do you ever feel like life itself is a cursed and twisted thing? Life is difficult. Life is difficult, and we are here on this earth for a very short time. Life is a miracle stacked upon a miracle, and I think that all we can do is to see it through the best way that we can. It might feel sometimes like a cursed and twisted thing, but we have to make the best of it. We only have one. We only have one. So all we can do is do the best we can do for ourselves and for others. Precisely because just like we, other people also only have one life. And we should respect the fact that we only have one life and live it the best we can. And also help others do the same. That's my just okay, is your name Dr. Johns or are you Master Miller? Okay. Are you Master Miller? We're here just to suffer. I've played Metal Gear Solid. Okay, let's continue.
have you ever seen a Steven Seagal movie? This shit is wild.
Yeah.
They will target
the Marvel
shit
universe,
from space.
Well,
You wouldn't support.
What the fuck does this come from? Have you seen a Steven Seagal movie? Paul, get back to reality with us. Steven Seagal movie. Paul. To be honest, I'm surprised they even talked to him. I guess they talked to him because he's a big creator. Yes, they talked to him because he's a big content creator. This is the injustice. Okay, this is the injustice of life, okay? This is the actual injustice of the world and life. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the injustice of life? The injustice of life is that nobody talks to me, even though I know at least a few things. and everybody talks to Paul's ego, even though, as you can see, you can judge for yourselves as to just how much he knows. Okay? Does that make sense? Am I making any sense? I hope I'm making sense. Hopefully. Maybe. Alright, let's continue this, watching this thing. Is that what the great injustice is, Lucy? Wow, so grim. Yes, that is the great injustice.
Or some shit like that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
How many live viewers does Paul have? Okay, I'm gonna stop whining and complaining. I had my moment in the stream for a bit, but it's outrageous. It's unfair. Okay, 19 people. I can appreciate the fact that 19 people are watching me. Alright, let's continue. Thank you for being here. Self-centered Lucy. Of course. And while we're talking about being self-centered, I would encourage you to join the page that I'm about to link and consider subscribing or donating, because there's a lot of things that I will need, like money for translators, that I will have to arrange translators. I'll have to do a lot of talking and doing and biting. And Lucy, have you grown weary of the Paul and Anna talk? I never grow weary. I never grow weary. We will have Anna on the show. We will have Anna on the stream hopefully soon. I've DM'd her and she said, sure, let's do this. See? There's a positive that comes from this. We're gonna have Anna here for the third time, I believe. It's gonna be Anna here for the third time.
Support completely and utterly taking away everything that Russia's got, right?
It's not
And
about
Putin-
what I would support. I would support.
Okay,
I
are
would
we
support
good?
Then
literally
let's do it.
anything.
Then let's
That will
fucking
stop
do
us.
that.
Nobody will do it. You elected, not you, but you know, the people in the United States elected Trump.
Well,
True.
Are you kidding me?
I'd like to announce that I'm running for president in 2028. Paul's ego for
Well,
president.
then I vote for you. Okay, my vote is for
Operation
you.
Simultaneous Hydra Decapitation is what I'm running on.
Yeah.
Destiny's going to be my campaign manager. And we're going to
I
take
would
all...
vote for
It was so funny to make light of a war that's happening right now and people are dying and people are being bombed every day. I'm gonna run for president. And when I win the presidency, I'm gonna save the world in 2028.
Yeah.
That's so funny. It is hilarious. Hilarious.
50
Didn't you
states
literally
lead.
open
No.
this conversation saying that people like wanted less war? How are you going to do that in this environment where
that's what
everybody
I'm
wants
trying to
less
say.
war? That was the whole
Isolationism.
your whole opening argument had to do with like people don't want war
Less
anymore.
war. Yeah. Operation Simultaneous Hydra Decapitation, right? Means that
Russia will
Russia
not
can
allow
no longer flex
China.
this nuclear arsenal. You know what I mean?
Stupidest.
Because
No.
we've decapitated.
I don't know what you mean. This is stupid and it's untenable. It's not doable. Does he really think people have never thought of this before? Yes, people have thought of the concept of the first disarming nuclear strike. It's untenable. I'm sorry. Paul really thinks that this has never been thought of before. That he is here putting forward some new and innovative concept. At least he knows who the bad guys are now, I guess. I suppose so.
The Hydra, right? You see what I'm saying?
God. This is like talking to a child in a very grown-up's body.
Saying we take their
Oh god. Man-child. Maybe that's gonna be unironically the title of the segment. Man-child talks to a Ukrainian adult about the war. How does that sound? Too mean? Man-child talks to Ukrainian adult about the war. True, Dr. Jones. But Lucy, if we encourage the world to get rid of all the nukes, then we will have peace. True. Snake would have advocated for that. I think maybe I'm just making this up. Paul seems like he's so checked out that everything is a viable joke because nothing matters anymore. I mean, he feels checked out because he lives in safety in the United States. And if he feels that none of that will ever reach him, none of it will ever become his concern. All other countries from his perspective are just the projects of the United States. He has no stake in anything, so of course he's gonna treat it as such. Of course he's gonna treat things like they have no stakes. Because from his perspective, they don't. It's as simple as. That's why you should have respect for those Americans that actually do see the stakes and are serious about these things. Get involved. You should have respect for those people. Because you also have your polls. You can compare the two types.
their queen off the chessboard. They're bullying us with their queen. They're like, yes, but if you send in your queen, we send in our queen.
With you. And your people agree with the bullying. They say, fuck Ukraine, nobody cares. Why should we risk World War II for them? World War III for them? Why should we risk
I don't
nuclear
want to risk
aid and fuck them? That's what the entire
simultaneous. What's the risk?
It is infuriating. It is infuriating, but unfortunately, I'm willing to bet that a lot of people parrot his sentiment mindlessly. Hello, Polyphonics.
Simultaneous Hydra decapitation. What are they going to do? Launch the...
God, what a nonsensical bullshit. I'm sorry, I should not be swearing. I'm gonna get demonetized.
Oh, they decapitated that head as well. You know what I mean? Like, take it all.
No, that's just untenable. You have no clue what you're talking about. Again, this has been considered in the past, and when there were fewer nukes, and even then it was decided that it's just simply impossible to do.
Throw nuclear weapons at you. Jesus, that's
okay,
the whole point.
All right, so
Lucy is a US project and she needs more funding from the Chad industrial complex. You know what to do. True. In fact, Philip Albus, you should be the change that you want to see in the world. You should go to the page right now and donate. Is that right?
you're saying they're not going to throw nuclear weapons at me?
Of course not.
They don't have nukes right on the border? They don't have nukes right in the Atlantic Ocean that are positioned?
Nobody wants to use nukes.
All right, you go. Okay, wrap this conversation topic up in 1 minute. This is retarded, okay? We can't just...
Nukes right in the Atlantic Ocean that are right on the border? They don't have nukes right in the Atlantic Ocean that are positioned?
Nobody wants to use nukes.
All right, you go. Okay, wrap this conversation topic up in 1 minute. This is retarded, okay? We can't just... you can't run on... Yeah, we can't just run on denuking Russia. They're going to go to full-on nuclear war with us. We can't just take somebody's nukes. It's just
That's why it's anyway, whatever. That's why it's a covert operation.
You can't do that covertly. It's not...
We're gonna do a covert first disarming nuclear strike against Russia. Yes, we're gonna. Oh my God, we're gonna send in the special ops teams. This guy's being serious, by the way. It's not a bit. It's not a sketch. It's not comedy. Ugh. You'd think that it's a bit, but if the US aggresses on Russia, China could intervene as well. Why do ignorant people try to argue this stuff? Because they're big creators, and big creators like to be smart about everything. You see, I'm going covertly. Take all your stuff and you won't. True. Oh no, like that game, Rogue Warrior, that game based on Dick Masenko. By the way, speaking of games, I've been playing Advance Wars on the way to Ukraine, on the little thing that my best friend gave me. Very nice experience. Very nice playing Advance. Advance Wars is a great game, and I recommend it to everybody here. It's a weird insert in the middle of a segment, but I recommend everybody here to play Advance Wars. It's a great game. I love it. I'm still going through the tutorial missions though, with Nell. And then you have nukes that the US doesn't know about. And there's just so many of them, like, ridiculous. Posigo watches too many movies. True L&B. Too many movies. Steven Seagal movies. Which one? Oh, I love the Advance Wars game I played. I am playing the first one. The very first one. My favorite is the first one. The second one was not as good, in my opinion. But I'll still probably play it after I finish the first one. You must steal the clothing on your back. Very good game. Played it on the DS. Yeah.
Not that easy to just take somebody's nukes. These are nuclear subs that are untrackable.
On the fucking hush and you get some.
You
fucking
can't do it.
Hush! What sort of commentary am I supposed to insert here? What sort of bright, insightful, deep analysis can I add here? What am I supposed to do? Apart from laughing and face palming to the idea of hush disarming one of the biggest nuclear powers in the world. Hush, though.
Hush, there's intelligence people are going to find out it's going to leak. You can't keep an operation of that magnitude secret. There's no possible way.
Hold the fucking phone for a second. I'm not talking about SEAL Team 6. I'm talking about SEAL Team 1, Destiny. Okay? The guys that are fucking...
Oh my god. This is gonna be my thumbnail. I'm not talking about Children 6 Destiny. Oh my god. People talk about this like it's a video game or an anime. What is happening? I'm not.
Team 6 was...
I'm not talking about SEAL Team 6 Destiny. I'm talking about SEAL Team 1.
Based on, we call them back. Right?
It's this...
This SEAL Team 1 is gonna hush all the nukes away from Russia. Trust me. Ugh. The nukes are gonna be hushed by... Okay. We tiptoe into Russia and just sneak the nukes out under our shirts and pretend we're... True.
An operation of this magnitude would be so huge.
I cannot believe this is even being entertained in a serious manner. Honestly, that's the most astounding thing to me, that this whole thing is even being entertained with a level of seriousness. But you know, here we are. Here we are.
There would be so many different moving parts that, like, Russia would find out. It would just be totally unreasonable. It's not possible. And if you make any mistake at any part, then the whole world is nuclear wintered, and it would just be. Yeah.
Russia doesn't even need to try too hard. You literally will have likely Tulsi Gabbard in your intelligence. Like, they will know right away. You have like literally half the fucking administration that will come up to be fucking Russian, you know, paid fuckers. So no. I mean, Paul, I really appreciate your imagination. It's very cool, and you know, you should make a movie.
Oh. Your imagination is appreciated, Paul. Go make a movie. Go make a movie, Paul. I mean, it's Russia. 70% probably don't even... I mean, we cannot... That is not really a thing we should be betting our futures on.
Out of this, but yeah, I'm just what
Even
I'm saying.
30% working is enough to make it a viable threat.
I go right now, like, but all I'm saying is like I want something for my country that isn't a Marvel movie, and so far, the only thing that can happen is when Europe, you know, steps up. I hope instead of the United.
Oh, I'm a bit skeptical about that, but no. Poland's presidency in the European Union is coming up, so we will see what Poland will do with it.
United States, which Nordics seem to be doing and Baltics seem to be doing, thank fuck, and help us with actual like things that on the ground can help us.
So what's the end goal? If not a decapitation and a removal from Russian power and influence, tons of nuclear weapons at which they're keeping the world at gunpoint, what is the end goal?
Our goal is quite less ambitious than yours. Because it's just the preservation of our nation and not to return to being subjugated and used as a bitch by Russia, and where they owned entire industry of my country before 2014. So
well, of course, the integrity of the borders, all that stuff. 1991 borders, mind you.
Everything was owned by Russian citizens in this country. And our goal is to preserve our nation and to somehow survive this shit. That's our goal. Pretty small, I'd say. On the big, your goal as a big hegemonious country is to not succumb to fucking nuclear threats and not allow countries that have nuclear countries to bully countries that don't have nuclear weapons, especially since we gave those fucking nuclear weapons that we did have because of guarantees given us by United States and Russia of our sovereignty in Budapest Memorandum. So yeah, that's your goal, but you're not doing it.
I wonder if Paul even knows what the Budapest Memorandum is.
Well, maybe I'm an advocate for us just doing it, you know.
What I mean is not the Hydra operation, though. Just
do
so we're clear.
Okay. Not Hydra simultaneous decapitation.
No. That's
I don't think sign on there for a minute.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that I'm not on your Hydra mission. I'm just saying that that's just
Would you join my Hydra mission if I was putting something like that together?
No, it's stupid,
you know what?
and it would not work.
Paul, I'd join anything.
I'd
sign a contract with Devil himself.
See?
Okay,
this is what I'm talking about.
It's too what.
Bridges, Destiny. You see what I mean? Ideologically, not on the same page, but a bridge has been built.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much.
Good luck. Yeah, bye everyone.
Have fun. Bye.
Yeah, Paul, good luck with your presidency. Yeah, bye.
Oh my God.
I'll get out of here too, Destiny. It's been fun. Thanks for talking to me today.
Yep. Love you. Be careful.
Have a good one, bud.
Bye. Oh.
Okay.
You were not correct with the nuclear weapons thing. This video might be interesting to watch fully on stream. What thing?
ICBM silos are spread across 5 states: Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, and North Dakota. They're located across what's known as the Great Plains. The Great Plains encompasses 1 million square miles. With its stunning beauty and sense of endless horizon, it provides an appropriate backdrop for these silent guardians.
This better get into something that I was incorrect about, or real fucking fast. Who linked this stupid fucking video? Hold on.
I mean, it's an interesting video, and it has one
survive a nuclear war.
Extends from the United States.
Okay, who linked this? Sorry, who linked this?
Also, surviving a nuclear war is not the same as doing the first disarming strike, just so you know. Hit the shell above of nukes. Alright. That bridge is made out of popsicle sticks. You're no fun. That's right, Starscream. Shock. How did you enjoy this little thing? Have you enjoyed? Nice? Nice debate react? You know what the best part of all this was? You know what my personally favorite thing out of this whole thing was? And I'm centered. You know what my favorite part of this whole thing was? Me being mentioned. Me being mentioned by name was definitely the favorite part of this whole thing. I've enjoyed that part the most. When you reach out to Destiny to talk about the Holodomor, you should tell him you want to discuss the Operation Hydra Decapitation too. True. I like when they boosted Lucy's ego. True. When, technically speaking, only Anastasia was boosting my ego, but yeah. Yeah, nice. Nice. We're gonna try to get Anastasia here on stream as well. That was insane. I'm Goku. I'm insane. From Earth. Alright. We're gonna move to the next thing. So now I'm gonna let the chat decide what the next thing will be. Alright? Because I love my chat more than anything. Alright. I do have a debate react that I'm late to the party on this one, but apparently this one was pretty interesting, so. Oh god, there's so many of them. So do you want me to do another react? Or do you want me to play a game? It's perfect, 5 out of 7. The fact that I was mentioned in it makes me a part of it, technically speaking. Remember the Holodomor. Wow. There's a draw on this side, chat. 50-50 draw. Amazing. But on the YouTube chat, people overwhelmingly want debate number 2. All right. I'm going to tell you what debate I want to react to, and you're going to tell me if it's worth. Hassan debates his uncle, Cenk Uygur. You want me to watch this or skip? Write in the chat. What the hell is this? The hell? I've heard lots about it. What have you heard? Sounds good to me. I'm good with whatever direction.
None of us give a damn about Ukraine. I never have. Remember the Holodomor? Do you even know what it was?
Oh my god. This is the reality that we live in. Do you even know what it was? Do you even know what it... Debate, baby, let's go. No, I don't know what the topic was, actually. I'm going in blind. Also, I want to see if Mr. President is... Oh, I'm going to read you something real quick from Polish. Because apparently there's breaking news. Okay? I'm going to read you something. There's new news. We're going to go through them, okay? Ready? Because I'm a political streamer. So before we go to the debate, I'm going to show you. Oh! So, the Russian ambassador has disclosed his plans for Poland. The Russian ambassador has disclosed what plans for Poland Moscow has. Moscow does not plan to lower its level of diplomatic relationship with Warsaw after closing the consulate in Poznań. Okay. Nothing interesting. Oh, so it's about the consulate. Boring news. Nothing interesting. Alright. I thought there was something more interesting brewing, but well, apparently not. Whatever. Apparently not. My apologies. My apologizes. My apologetics. No, Jordan Peterson is ancient. Alright. We're gonna watch a bit of it and we're gonna bail to something else. Oh, okay. Have a nice night, Greater 8. We can talk later. He's too young to have been around during the Holodomor. True. Even though he's ancient. Yo! We're not gonna be sitting through the entirety of this.
Yo, that's out of line. That is out of line, dude. You're coming in.
Start out ad hominem.
You came in hot.
Oh my god, so embarrassing.
And am I ready? Am I ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Shaky Gurga is here in the building.
This is so embarrassing. I don't wanna watch it anymore. Apparently he consistently pronounces it like that in his lectures. Did anybody attend his lectures?
It's Thanksgiving time, baby. It's Thanksgiving time. Unk is here.
Okay,
What is that?
I got a Thanksgiving present for you. Okay?
You do? Okay. Oh my God.
How much do you love this?
I
know you're a big fan of Hunter Biden.
I know. This reminds me of one of the first.
I'll get you a new one.
No, it's fine. I like it. Did you guys make this? Is it your merch?
Yeah.
You made a free
shoptyt.com.
Hunter. It would have been better if he was smoking crack in it, but instead of cigs. But
come on, that's pretty good.
No, it's sick.
You know who came up with that idea?
Who?
I did.
I love that.
I'm already tired of this. Maybe there's some other debate we could watch. Is there any other debate we could watch? Any suggestions? I'm open to suggestions from the chat. I'm feeling very open to suggestions.
Hey, Hunter, baby. Let's do a poly market here.
Okay. For poly market, but
no, seriously.
Wait. You want to know something about? You want to know something about those? First of all, they got raided by the FBI.
The CEO did.
Yeah, the CEO did. I don't know if you know this, but they offered me as a starting point of the conversation $1 million to just sponsor my election coverage, and I said no.
Good for you. God bless your heart. I probably would have said yes. Anyway.
Well,
okay, so
just that's the entry point of the conversation. They were like, "We'll give you $1 million." I was like, "No." Anyway.
Okay. So, anyways, put that aside. Who do you think is going to pardon Hunter? No one.
I'll just point out sarcastically that it's pretty easy to refuse $1 million when you're already obscenely rich. Okay?
Joe or Donald?
I don't know. I feel like Joe could possibly do it, but he respects norms and civility too much almost in his weird twisted way. But also his mental faculties have declined dramatically over the years, so maybe he could still pull through. I don't think Trump would do it though.
I think Trump would do it, but I think Joe's going to do it because Papa Joe's in a no given time in his life.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, landmines for everyone. Let's bomb Russia with American.
Oh my God, they're gonna discuss Ukraine right off the bat. Okay. I guess I'll watch some of it.
Missiles, yeah. And I think Joe's gonna do it.
Trump would do it though. Maybe did way possibly do it, but I don't.
No one, Joe or Donald. He's gonna pardon Hunter. No one.
Civility too much over the years, so.
I think Trump would do it, but I think Joe's going to do it because Papa Joe's in a no given time in his life.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, landmines for everyone. Let's.
There have already been countries in Europe that have seriously considered exiting the no landmines agreement. So That's not even a new thing.
Bomb Russia with American missiles. Yeah. So I think he's at the point where he's like, yeah, my kid, yeah, I'm free.
Okay, so before we get started,
this is so stupid that I don't even know where to begin.
You might be confused as to why we're calling you Shaky Gurga.
Yes.
And a lot of people in the past has, said your name incorrectly. It's been very frustrating for myself, but I'm sure it's been somewhat frustrating for you. Maybe you're used to it. But I had actually never heard this version of your name. And when we first heard it, we were like, this is it. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard. And now we refer to you as Shaky Gurga. Let's take a look.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, low-brow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a.
Wait, who are they talking about?
So this is. Does anyone have the OG TikTok? I want to show Jank. I want to show Uncle Jank the OG TikTok. Does anyone have it? The TikTok got taken down. I can't find it. Okay, so this is the, I guess, like one of those like misogynist podcasts where they just like will have they'll have like some pervert guy who's like really good at debate like women that they hire to be on the podcast, to be ritualistic.
Wait, was that Andrew Wilson from The Crucible?
Humiliated, basically. And this is like their debate champion that they bring forward. And it was the girl that was on. Was apparently a fan of mine and was saying like, oh, Hassan is going to hate that I'm on this podcast because he hates you guys. The original TikTok, I think. Oh, is this it?
You appear to have a crush on Hassan Abi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being
Oh my god.
on here. He hates it.
Why?
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because
Oh my gosh. It is Andrew Wilson, I think.
he's such a low-tier, low-brow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a moron, so it doesn't surprise me he can't
I
debate.
completely
He's
disagree.
literally a moron. He is not intelligent enough to destroy women in the marketplace of ideas and remind them of their position in society. Unlike me. I love these guys.
He sounds super credible so far.
I love these guys so much. They don't know how much I love them because it's like...
Why is Andrew Wilson making Hassan look slightly more palatable?
Dude, you're just basically debating the position that you're an unfuckable loser. Like that's the only thing that you're signaling to every single person where you're like, I've destroyed this female.
God, I can't believe how boring this is and people watch this.
Marketplace of ideas. My interlocutors have been owned. It's like, okay,
it's
sick.
not usually a winning formula for getting chicks.
Yeah, it's anyway.
Disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
Who is connected to Shaky Gurga.
a political commentator.
And got it.
Did you hear that?
Who is connected to Shaky Gurga.
Look, man. So look, when I played high school football, we had this hilarious public access would carry the games, right?
Uh-huh.
And so we had these announcers, and the coach had put on pads, and he's kind of a young guy. Later was like involved in like a Supreme Court decision, etc. But he's like, all right, I'm going to participate in the practice, and anybody can hit me. He comes across the middle, and I lay him out, right? And so coach hated me. I don't know if that's why he hated me or not. But the announcers in the game, crunch somebody coming over the middle, and they tell the story about how I hit the coach, and they go, "That's Sank Weiger. He'll hit anybody."
Yeah, but we've heard that one before, like chunky yogurt. Charlie Kirk famously once called you a slur.
Did he? No, he just said chink.
Well, he said it with so much stink on it that it sounds exactly like when you say a chink in someone's armor. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. That's
Like-
funny. He said "chank." I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he intended it or not. I doubt he intended it.
Yeah.
But anyways,
He didn't. Yeah, I don't think he was trying to say.
Shaky
I
Gurga,
don't
this
think
is
he was trying to say that.
this is boring. I'm sorry. But apparently I'm the boring person because I don't appreciate this. Apparently, how many viewers does Hassan Ali have? 20,000 current viewers? Maybe I should be acting like this. Would I get more viewers if I'd be acting like this? maybe.
You think Charlie Kirk knows the Turks are originally Central Asian? And
No.
So,
but Sink is a good one. Sink is a great one.
Joe Manchin called me Jenks throughout the interview. Hey, Jenks.
That's awesome.
So it is in fact
here,
Jenks.
famously.
Okay, this is.
Capitalist every single day, Shank.
Okay, this is boring. Enough.
Have you never seen this?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
And a sincere thank you. And now, from now on, let's move forward. Let's move forward and cut all the talk of like race this and race that and gender this and gender that from both sides, by the way. The right wing starts more identity politics than the left wing does. So now the right wing guys, their heads will explode. What do you mean? You guys.
Lucy, you need a rich uncle. Ironically enough, I do have a rich uncle, but that's a long story. I actually do have a rich uncle. But I've never really profited from having a rich uncle. Okay, my father went into politics and we were poor. My uncle went into business and he was rich. And let me just leave it at that. Nothing good ever came from me having a rich uncle. Literally. Have you tried being born into a rich media family? Then you might have had an audience. True. I should have tried that, yeah. I should have tried it. I don't think I would be watching you as much. Well, thank you. Where was I? Oh, yeah.
Try to find wedge issues on everything. And then you go more and more extreme. And I think you guys, just us, fall into that trap way too often. We'll get to that later.
Wait, let's get to it now.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
So you know what we're going to talk about, the trans issues. So on trans issues, as an example, over 60% of Americans agree. Of course, they should have the same constitutional rights, same rights to housing, employment.
Of course, trans issues are going to be... I'm sorry, I'm genuinely tired. I've not been able to sleep much on the bus. If you appreciate this big stream that I'm doing, even though I'm so tired, then maybe you could. You know what to do, right? Give me a hug in the form of a donation.
Rules against discrimination, etc. Does 1/3 of the country disagree? Yeah. Sad day for them. 2/3 of the country agrees trans people should be protected. I'm 100% on board for that, right? And if you're a right winger and you go, no, man, they're weird, they're different, they're blah, 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 and I'm going to hate them.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree. I am weird and different, but it has nothing to do with me being trans. My weirdness and differentness are traits that are completely divorced from my transness. If I were cis, I'd still be just as weird and different as I am today.
Good luck to you, brother. I'm not going to hate him, and I'm going to protect him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But so that didn't work for them. So they went digging. So then they go, okay, we should ban trans people from the military.
Did you read the New York Times article I told you to read on this? The last
no.
time we had this conversation?
No.
I'm not sure.
No.
About how, okay, so...
I knew it.
You know they went digging.
Yeah, so what you're describing...
You know I don't read, nephew. You know I don't read. That's why you sent me this article. Because you knew I'd never read it. You got me, uncle. You got me. You know I don't read.
Is what I was explaining to you, that the Christian groups, the right-wing Christian nationalist groups, in the aftermath of the failed initiative to do a trans bathroom bill in North Carolina, at a time when Donald Trump was pro-trans, openly stating he was pro-trans, openly criticizing the North Carolina legislation saying leave it as it is, nobody cares. Caitlyn Jenner can piss in whichever bathroom she wants to piss in as long as she's pissing in Trump Tower. When all this stuff was happening, there was definitely a different attitude overall. I think part of that was because, just like you also recognize, most Americans, like, they just think trans...
Oh, how times change, don't they? Trump prattled on about trans people so much during this campaign.
People are being discriminated against and unjustly. And the other reason was because it just seemed like cruel and unusual for no particular reason. So what these Christian family groups did was go back to the drawing board and, hire the likes of, maybe Frank Luntz didn't personally involve himself in this one, but like people like Frank Luntz that would go and focus group and test different messages.
Yep.
And they arrived at two key points that were resilient. Americans don't necessarily care about trans issues all that much, but they do care about meritocracy. And what is the one place where there's true meritocracy? Many Americans.
Sports.
Still not perfect meritocracy, but sports. Sports is the one area where if you dominate, if you're good, you're going to dominate. If you're dominant, then you're going to...
Unless you're a cis woman and you have too much testosterone, but that's neither here nor there, isn't it?
You're going to get elevated, right? So they packaged anti-trans sentiment with sports and specifically children's sports, right?
Whoa.
And that is where we arrive at, 60% of the country or even larger percentages than that don't think trans women should be participating in sports with cis women, specifically trans girls, competing in athletic endeavors with cis girls.
Yeah. So that's exactly my point, Haas. And when they laid that trap, first of all, the right wing should acknowledge that was identity politics being played by the right wing. The right wing did the polls, they did the studies, they were looking for something that the American people would hate about the left, about trans people, about LGBTQ people. When you go looking and searching and digging on identity, don't tell me you're not doing identity politics.
No, this
That's
is
exactly what
this
you're
is
doing.
identity politics, and the right does it all the time. Now, listen, here's the thing, okay? You understand this to be a distraction. Like, you recognize that it's a distraction, which is why I don't think either of us are saying that this should be the pivotal. This should play a pivotal role in the top of the line messaging of the Democratic Party, which is that, like, no, trans women have to compete with cis women. I don't think anyone is making that argument at all.
No.
But I think we should, it would serve us both well to openly recognize, and I think you do as well, that this hyper focusing on, trans athletes at the high school level all the way to the collegiate level is a distraction that most Americans might have an opinion on, but don't necessarily care about. It's not a major driver of turnout. It's not something that people go out and vote for.
I don't agree.
No. Okay. Well, we can have that argument in a second. I will explain it to you why I don't think it's a real...
They're gonna debate trans rights and trans stuff. Okay, that's cool. They're gonna be debating trans stuff. It's my favorite thing in the world. Debating the trans stuff. Oh my gosh. There's nothing better than the trans stuff, isn't it? Isn't there? It's my favorite topic.
Issue. Part of the reason why is that it's just simply not a real issue because do you know the number of trans athletes nationally?
So I know that
under the collegiate level?
No, it's microscopic.
It's
That's
40.
why.
The number is 40.
Yeah, and so like 20 states, 20 red states passed a law against transgender
Wait, what was
girls
that?
participating in states. 20 red states passed a law against transgender girls participating in high school sports, and they couldn't name one transgender girl in their state that participated in high school sports.
Yes.
So that's exactly my point. We start with agreement.
Even Spencer Cox vetoed the bill in Utah originally, and he actually wrote like a pretty compelling argument as to why he was vetoing it. And governors like Andy Bashar have actually won by higher margins after openly defending trans people in the past in a state like Kentucky, for example.
So look, we start with a point of agreement, which is that the right wing uses a wedge issue to drive a wedge between us. They go looking for it, and they do it based on identity politics.
Okay.
So we totally agree on that. We totally agree that it's a microscopic issue that affects almost no one in the country. Okay?
Oh.
So when we don't.
So what's the problem then? What are we even talking about? If it's such a microscopic issue that does not.
Also, I don't even think
we
that's
don't have
true.
health care for everyone. This is bullshit.
I don't even think
This is
that's
meant
true.
to distract us.
I don't
we
even think
disagree
it does
on
impact
how to
people.
react to it.
It does actually impact a lot of cis women. There's more cis women than there are trans women, and there are a lot of young girls that this could technically impact, because now you have bills like the one in Ohio, the penis inspection bills, like the one that they have in Ohio, where like one of the parents from the opposing team could be like, "That's a trans girl." Actually, and then they have to literally go and traumatize this like young girl who in many instances is not statistically it is highly unlikely that person
Of course, it's impossible to traumatize a trans person.
Trans to begin with.
Because if the person was trans, then the whole testing would be fine and dandy. Because of course, it's impossible to traumatize a trans youth.
So
And
look, again,
it ends
but
up
Haas,
harming cis women even more than it ends up harming trans women.
So that's look.
Because for some
trigonometry and their audience hated it, but this is the reality. The reason I make a distinction between high school and professional,
because for some reason, I guess such a test would be somehow less traumatizing for
sports is because in high school, what you're saying is, like Ohio, if I really want to institute this, even though it affects almost no trans or cis girls, if in the world in Ohio as it is, but if I go to implement it, now I got to check everybody's genitals, and there's got to be a genital checker, right? And let me guess, tons of Republican older men are going to volunteer to check the genitals of our high school kids, and I hate it. I don't want it. It's like a groomer pervert factory, and they're going to probably put Jim Jordan in charge of it. No, okay? But when you get to the professional level, you get to the Olympic level, you guys make a giant mistake. You fall right into their trap, and you go, oh, yeah, sure, they should be able to compete. When the overwhelming majority of the American people do not agree with you, you should let the Olympics and professional sports decide it on their own. It is not a constitutional right. They have no so-called right to participate in the WNBA. I don't have a right to participate in the NBA. So, number one, I don't agree when you go to those extremes. And number two, does it affect elections? Well, we had an overwhelming answer to that in the Trump-Harris contest, because Donald Trump ran the anti-trans ad, which was not about hating trans people, although of course it was perceived as such by a lot of people. And so, what it was saying, hey, you guys are giving free surgery to undocumented immigrants who are detainees who are trans. It's too much. It's too, and I agree.
Yes, it wasn't the trans people. Yeah. Oh my God, Cenk or whatever his name is pronounced. Yeah, it wasn't trans, because it frames it. It was the repackaged version of the kids are being sent to school and sent back with a changed gender, with a surgery. But this time it's linking being trans to being a criminal from abroad that comes to destroy the country. That's basically it. That is basically what's happening. No, it was absolutely not anti-trans. Absolutely. Absolutely not.
It is too much. 98% of Americans agree. It is too much, right? So
what the fuck?
Instead of saying, "Oh no, that you guys are right. That's too much." We did, and of course, sports leagues. That's fine. And of course, no, we're not going to pay for any surgery for a dude.
Yes, this made up scenario that has never existed and will never exist is too much. I agree. What the?
who just crossed the border a second ago, right? Instead, you guys go, no, let's fight. Oh, for God's sake. And you dig in, and now we're on a losing ground for no reason at all.
Can you tell me who on the Democratic Party's campaign was actually saying, like, no, we have to issue bottom surgery for undocumented migrants, outside of Kamala Harris saying that in an ACLU questionnaire in 2019? When faced with the question, what will you do for trans people, she just gave that answer, which was a bad answer to give regardless. But was there like a hyper focus from the Democratic Party's campaign that I'm missing?
So Trump starts running the ad, and it instantly jumps to the most effective ad according to Trump's internal numbers and according to Kamala Harris's internal numbers. So at that point,
that's also not true. David Plouffe literally said on the Pod Save America autopsy that they engaged in that the ad actually wasn't all that impactf't at all.
Yeah, bullshit.
Oh, you don't
saw
believe
him
it?
say that. I know it's not true because Future Forward, the biggest PAC that Kamala Harris said that the Charlemagne the God version of that moved the national polls by not the national polls, but for people who viewed it, it moved the numbers by 2.7 points nationally.
Okay.
That is gigantic, and they said it was the most effective ad Trump had. That's why he then doubled down and quadrupled down and wound up spending 20% of his entire ad budget on that ad.
I think
because both sides thought it was the single most effective ad.
I think that's literally the reason why Kamala Harris was able to actually catch up to Donald Trump on not only the economy because of their hyper focus on the trans shit. But here's where
that helped Kamala Harris?
No, I don't. I think that this kind of hyper focus on a marginalized group is not moving people to go out and vote in any meaningful capacity for some of the reasons that you also mentioned, but also because most people don't know who the trans people are. They've never met a trans person. They don't give a shit. They just care about the economy. And when you're
I think a lot of people know what trans people are, but
hyper focusing on just like, trans people and like dominating trans people or some shit, even if it's something that they agree with, they're like, after a certain point, there is outrage fatigue. And I think on the trans issue, we like consultants and people who are hyper focused on the media care far more about the effectiveness of ads like that than the actual Americans that went out and voted. And you saw
Except
this
we
reality.
lost, they won.
No, I know, but okay. So
I
what?
mean, like it's so in the real world, they won, we lost. In the,
that's why
in
you
the
have to look
world
at-
of
that's why you have
consultants
to-
where they look at polling,
That's why you have
they
to
won,
look.
we lost.
That's why you
I mean,
have to look at the broader campaign.
yeah, but that does not follow that they won because of trans sports. Well, I've had enough. I had enough. I'm doing a poll. Continue watching this or move on to something else. We'll see what the audience says. Let's see what the audience votes for. I've had enough. I have had enough. I think we've had enough excitement for one day. I think we're big enough. I think I have like what do you call it? My ego is big enough that I'm confident about moving on from Hassan Piker. You've exhausted it, true. I'm exhausted. I've exhausted myself from it. Okay, before we move on, if you appreciate and like what I do, then why not consider joining lucyhaze.org/live and donating. I'm gonna need some money for translators pretty soon. On the 2nd, I'm probably gonna go and do the interview work I'm going to have to test the equipment extensively before that. I'm testing it right now by streaming, but we're going to have to do a lot more tests. So yes, I recommend. We're going to be talking about Georgia now. Georgia is the topic, is on our agenda right now. Because I've been talking about the Georgian election and I feel like we should revisit. I feel like we should revisit. Because there's been some changes. Some things have changed. Some things have changed. In Georgia. Well, not Georgia. Oh my god, I'm gonna talk about Romania first. Georgia or Romania? Maybe a little bit of both. A little of a background noise would be good. Noise filter. I don't know how to set that. On the laptop especially. I know you're hearing the fan from the laptop. Thank you, Tariu, for the $5. Supporting you. Please. Still moving. Wait, what's still moving? What do you mean? You mean you're still alive? Do you mean that? Alright, let's go to Romania and the elections. Hold on. I'll be right. We're gonna set things up. PvP. Puro. Wow, Georgian protesters. Let's go with the news. News. Okay, we're gonna read this. Far-right hopes to gain in general elections as uncertainty grips Romania. Oh, we're gonna be talking about Romania. Oh my gosh. Romania is our main topic for today. We're gonna tackle it as a package. It's a package deal. Because I know for a fact that all of you are waiting for me to talk about Romania. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, everybody? Oh no, this is the 5 head, right? Wait, what do you mean? Can only donate little now. No, it's a lot. $5 is a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for donating. Alright, let's continue. Let us continue by talking about Romania. So, as you know, or maybe don't know, in Romania, the current prime minister was running for president. He was hoping to square off against a center-right candidate, and in the picture there was also an independent far-right candidate. Long story short, the far-right candidate won first place, the center-right candidate won second place in the first round of the presidential election, and the current prime minister won third place. It was a very shocking result. Nobody was expecting it. Actually, hundreds of young people went to the streets to protest this result. They were saying that Putin is probably meddling in the elections in Romania. There was strong suspicions of Russian meddling. There were protests. And to top it all off, Romania's constitutional court ordered a recount of the presidential vote. That is what has transpired. There were strong suspicions of foul play, and there was a ruling on recounting the vote. We're going to read a little bit about it. We're really going to read some fragments about it, and then we're going to move on to the next topic that is linked to this topic, and it's incredible how things move. It's really astounding how things can develop in the land of Romania. I keep wanting to say Georgia, even though I want to say Romania. So, Romania's top court ordered a vote recount in the first round of the presidential election. It said on Thursday in a ruling, observers said, risk tarnishing the credibility of state institutions ahead of two more ballots. The court unanimously ordered the re-verification and recounting of the voting ballots for the November 24th presidential election. It said in a statement, having polled in single digits before Sunday's vote, independent far-right political Călin Georgescu, 62, surged to a victory that raised questions over how much a surprise had been possible in the European Union and NATO member state. The decision adds to the turmoil surrounding the electoral process in Romania, which is scheduled to hold 3 ballots in as many weeks, votes which are crucial to the direction of a country that has been pro-Western and a staunch ally of Ukraine. Oh, and the far-right candidate that won first place in the first round of the presidential election was, of course, more EU skeptic, NATO skeptic, and Ukrainian aid skeptic. And interestingly enough, after winning the first round, after being first in the first round, his rhetoric softened on the EU and on NATO, which just shows you how things go. Georgescu has previously praised 1930s Romanian fascist politicians as national heroes. This guy won first place, by the way. And martyrs. Has been critical of NATO and Romania's stance on Ukraine, and has said that the country should engage, not challenge Russia. Which, for me, sounds like he is saying that Romania should be more amicable to Russia, more pro-Russia, you could say. He will face centrist contender Elena Lasconi, who won second place in the first round of the elections, in a runoff on December 8th. Meanwhile, parliamentary elections are scheduled for Sunday. There were 9 there were 9.46 million votes cast in the election. Recount. A recount is demanded. A recount is demanded. The decision to call for a recount was made after conservative presidential candidate Christian Terhes got 1% of the votes on Sunday, challenged the ballot's result. Terhes has asked that the court annul the election outcome. The court postponed a ruling for November 29, but also asked for a recount. The head of the country's election authority, Tony Grebla, said once the official request is received, it would take days to recount the votes. Social Democrat Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu ranked third on Sunday, only 2,740 votes behind runner-up Lasconi. And this is the person that will be one of the primary protagonists, quote-unquote, of our coverage of Romania today. Social Democrat Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu, who wanted to be first place and apparently wanted to manipulate things behind the scene to make sure that he was first place, and the centrist right candidate would be second place, which he miscalculated. The far-right radical candidate is first, the center-right candidate is second, and he is third in the first round of presidential elections in Romania. Who stands to benefit? Romania's constitutional court has been accused of being too close to the Social Democrats and Ciolacu. After Thursday's ruling, the court could find itself accused of working on behalf of Ciolacu in the hope that the recount will overturn Lasconi's second place result, which, by the way, as you will soon learn, is a baseless accusation, or rather an accusation that has lost its primary basis. You will see why. You will see why. Some have speculated that the court is not trying to shoot down Georgescu, but seeking to get Ciolacu bumped up to second place so that he and not Lasconi goes in the runoff round. Which again, you will see soon why these speculations were absolutely incorrect. These speculations have shown themselves to be absolutely incorrect. And you will very soon see why. Role of TikTok question, because the far-right candidate has done an extensive TikTok campaign, which apparently led to his huge surge of popularity. That is the theory. That is the running theory, that the big surge in popularity has been caused by the TikTok campaign. Georgescu gained many votes from young voters and Romanians living abroad. So it seems like the diaspora, the Romanian people living abroad, are a pretty powerful voting force in Romanian politics. Georgescu gained many votes from young voters and Romanians living abroad, and his campaign relied heavily on video sharing platform TikTok, which is a pretty cheap way to run a campaign, if you ask me. On Wednesday, a senior official at Romania's telecoms regulator called for TikTok to be suspended pending an investigation into the platform's potential role in the election. TikTok has dismissed such concerns and says most candidates campaign on its platform as well as on other social media sites. The country's top security body meets on Thursday to discuss potential national security risks stemming from cyberstate and non-state entities. In October, the Constitutional Court banned a far-right politician. This is an important part. In October, the Constitutional Court banned a far-right politician from running in the presidential election in a ruling analyst civil rights groups and some parties said overstepped its powers. So the court banned a far-right politician, which comes back to a ploy by Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu not to divide the far-right votes between that candidate that was forbidden from running and the person that won the first place, which is Georgescu. In such, the Prime Minister was hoping that Georgescu would gather all the far-right votes and win. In this scenario, Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu would win first place, Georgescu would be second, and they would fight against each other. And by not dividing the far-right vote, he was planning to eliminate the center-right candidate Lasconi. So far so good? Are we clear on all the facts so far? Everything clear so far? Everything good? Are we yeah? Everything. Wow, the chat has gone so silent. Yep, I'm tracking. All right. So then, you remember how there was this speculation that the court was working in the favor of Prime Minister Ciolacu's favor, right? They're trying to bump him. They're trying to run against the other candidates and they're trying to bump him. Well, as it turns out, the Romania's Prime Minister withdraws from presidential race despite court-ordered first round recount. And his reasoning is, I don't care if I end up on second place if the recount is in my favor. I'm withdrawing. So this whole recount is not about me. It's not about bumping me. And I'm out of this race. I'm going to focus on the general election and becoming prime minister again. That is the gist of it. That is the main gist of it. So as you can see, that line of reasoning has been completely disarmed by this move. That's right, Dr. Johns. Romania's prime minister has decided to pull out of the country's presidential race, despite the Constitutional Court ordering a recount of the votes in first round in which he finished third, while an independent populist candidate earned a shock victory, which there's a lot of speculation, including suspicion of Russian meddling. That's a factor. The first round held on Sunday saw far-right politician Salin Georgescu, 62, an outsider who had polled in single digits before the vote, surged to victory, raising questions about how such an upset could have occurred. Center-right contender Elena Lasconi, leader of the opposition Save Romania Union, came in second, co-signing Marcel Ciolacu to third place. The outcome was a major shock, as pre-election opinion polls had projected Ciolacu, who was at the time the leader of the Social Democratic Party, as the front-runner. So as you can see, polls are one thing, reality is another thing altogether. On Thursday, the Romanian Constitutional Court ordered an unanimous recounting of the ballots for the November 24th presidential election after conservative candidate Cristian Terhes, who received 1% of the vote, challenged the results. So 1% gainer said, these elections were pretty weird. We should recount the vote. And so the court has decided, you know what? Maybe we should recount the vote. However, Ciolacu has said that even if the recounts challenge the outcome in his favor, potentially securing him second place and a spot in the runoff, he has still decided to withdraw from the presidential race. He wrote on Facebook on Thursday, even if it's proven after the recount that I was at a disadvantage, I am announcing that I am withdrawing from the race for the presidency of Romania anyway. We must know clearly if the vote was flawed, more directly, if it was stolen. He added, I do not want second place. I don't care. I just want Romanians to know the truth, which is more important than my candidacy. Ciolacu said his focus now is on the parliamentary elections on December 1st, as he looks to secure another term as prime minister, which is something that I mentioned before. However, his withdrawal could complicate the presidential election if the recount puts him in second place. Adding to the sense of chaos gripping Romanian politics is the possibility that a court on Friday may annul the first round result and order a rerun on December 8th. So we might see the round one repeated, basically, with the second round rescheduled for December 15th. So then we'd have general elections first, the redo of the first round, and then possibly a second round. At the moment, the second round is due to take place on December 8th, so 7 days after the generals, with Georgescu and Lasconi being the two contenders for now. So that's the newer news. This is the second news. And we're gonna read the third one. We're gonna be talking about the third one. The presidential candidate prime minister has withdrawn. He's gonna focus on the general elections and become prime minister again. Romania is kind of pessimistic. People, I think, surprised they have a left. Well, everybody has a left, sort of, kind of. I'm listening, just playing Warhammer in the background. That's fair. So, if anybody is thinking about maybe supporting Lucy Haze's work, then consider lucyhaze.org/live. I'm going to be getting a translator to do the thing that I want to do. And if you want to support it, then please consider. Also, you never know who I will meet on the street. You never know how many cheesecakes you're buying to someone needy, to someone in need. Someone might need a cheesecake out there, and I might just be the person to be on their path. I might be the cheesecake savior of 2024. Have you considered that? That I might be, in fact, the cheesecake savior? I bet you've not considered that fact, that possibility. It's okay, I've considered it. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Let's move on to the third and final news, okay? I want to move it like this so that anybody can see anything. Far right hopes to gain in general elections. The far right hopes to gain in general elections as uncertainty grips Romania. So this is what I've been talking about, that the rise of the popularity of the right wing in the presidential elections might give a boost to the far right on the whole front, on the, I'm sorry for DMing with someone midstream. Sorry, I'm DMing Anastasia actually. Oh my gosh, Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'm discussing maybe an appearance. Listen, I'm talking about important things. It's true. Mm. 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 Does she have a channel? She has a Twitter. She has a Twitter. I'm DMing her right now about the Holodomor. Alright, we've finished. Just John Lunch's Discord and us. Oh, nice. Nice, 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 Philippe August. Very nice. Alrighty. I'm gonna start working on something tonight. Today. It's not nice. Say hi for us. Alright. He said it. They said hi. We're gonna have her on at some point. Holodomor, true. Do not deny the Holodomor. The Holodomor absolutely happened, okay? It happened and it was real. The Holodomor was real. Was as real as a real Holodomor can be. Oh, Okay, we're gonna read this now, and then we're gonna move on. Sorry about that. Sorry, everyone. We have a little bit of a construction simulator. I'm streaming, since we're saying what we're doing. Yes, Jordan, thank you for the $5. Maybe someday I'll be able to withdraw the YouTube things. Oh yeah, let's check on the Bad Empanada video while we're at it. 103 views, nice. And 2 dislikes. Give me some likes for this video. Gosh darn, it has 103 views and only 18 likes. Come on. Jump in there and give it a like. Go in there. Go. Go, my children. Give it a like. Alright. You have to add in a little part where you ask people to like, cause people are forget like all the time when you ask and they actually like. I have to draw a little animation, you know? I'm an animator. For God's sake. I have to do a little animation of asking to like and subscribe, right? Didn't you think? A little Lucy, like boom, boom. I should work on that. That should be my project. I should draw out a whole storyboard for it. That could be an interesting project. One of many. Lucy has ambitious projects. Thank you, Philip August. You should recommend it to your friends and family. That will help as well. That would help tremendously. Okay, but we are reading now the article. The article. I'm gonna make myself smaller. Wait, how did you crop? I'm gonna crop this. Alright, I'm cropped. So, far-right hopes to gain a general election as uncertainty grips Romania. Populist and anti-establishment parties in Romania are hoping to profit from an apparent surge in support for the far-right ahead of this Sunday's general election. The election comes as Romania battles a maelstrom of political chaos, uncertainty, and accusations of fraud triggered by the result of the first round of the presidential election last weekend. In what has been described as a seismic shock to the Romanian political environment, Călin Georgescu, an independent candidate with ultra-nationalistic and pro-Russia leanings, stormed to victory despite having got only single figures in opinion polls prior to the election. I guess his online fans have voted. Elena Lasconi, a candidate from the center-right Union to Save Romania, came second by a hair's breadth, ahead of Marcel Ciolacu, which was projected to be the absolute frontrunner. The Prime Minister and pre-vote favorite. Ciolacu was the candidate of the Social Democratic Party, PSD, which shares power with the National Liberty Party, PNL. So far so good? Everything's simple so far? Everything's good? Well then. But owning to allegations of fraud and untoward political influence of Russia, some claim, the result of the first round is not yet set in stone. Romania's constitutional court has ordered a recount, and it is possible that the vote may be declared void, and that the first round may be repeated. This is also very important. Against this turbulent backdrop, the country votes on Sunday for a new government on the 1st. For a while it was expected that PSD-PLN Grand Coalition would sail into another term as Romania embraced a stable, if uninspiring future. Actually, that's the thing that Mr. Ciolacu will be focusing on, making sure that this happens. He said that he'll be focusing on the general election and building government by becoming prime minister once again. We're withdrawing from the presidential election and hoping to become prime minister once again. This has changed. The far-right and populist Alliance for the Union of Romanians, AUR, perhaps turbocharged by Georgescu's win, has surged into the lead with 22% of the vote. I was afraid of that. That was my biggest fear, that this would happen. With the PSD coming second on 21.4%, according to an opinion poll published by Atlas Intel this week. I was afraid this would happen. That's why this was my big fear. On top of this, according to the poll, the Party of Young People, a party supporting Georgescu that was unknown until recently, could enter parliament with 5%, while the far-right SOS Romania party could also scoop 5%. All this could give the collective anti-establishment populist right a total of about 30%. This means it will probably be unable to form a government given the PSD's total, and that the USR is expected to get 17.5, while the PLN could scoop 13.4. Thank God. Thank God they cannot form a government. Okay, as long as they cannot be meaningfully in power, I'm still pretty calm about this situation. As long as they cannot form a coalition with a majority in the government, I'm pretty calm. But much like in France, where the National Rally is the single largest parliamentary opposition party, the far-right could extend influence over legislation and the legislative process. Well, depending on, it could. But it would not, at least it would not have the majority. That would have been a disaster. This narrative also assumes the polls are correct, but what happened last Sunday demonstrates that they can get it wrong, and by a considerable margin. Well, now I'm nervous again. Now my calmness has been disturbed significantly. I am no longer calm in the slightest. The first round presidential election also revealed that there appears to be a deep pool of voters in Romania who are willing to vote for the far right as means of venting their frustration with the politicians and parties they believe have failed to address their concerns and left them feeling disenfranchised, which is basically populism 101. This is right-wing populism 101. The other people have failed you. We will not. My camera is starting to die. My camera is starting to die, and soon it will completely be dead. Another shock could be just around the corner, and more uncertainty beacons. So my webcam and the forum of the camera is about to die. Hello, Howard Jarvis, taxpayers. Yeah, makes sense. Macron type incompetence. I'm sure the centrist parties will find a way to give their far right disproportionate power. This might be possible. Also, are you new to the stream, Howard Jarvis taxpayers? Are you new to the stream? Have you ever seen my stream before? How did you find your way to the stream? Are you a big fan of Lucy Haza? You'll have to go to VTuber mode. No, I have the laptop camera in a pinch. In a pinch, I always have the, you know. Oh, Saint Philippe. I was switching accounts to like your VL. Oh, what a... I thought you were a new viewer. I thought you were a new viewer. I'm so sad and disappointed. I thought I managed to swoop on your viewer. But no, of course not. Of course not. Oh no. Oh yes. This is unfortunate, but that is my destiny. Cheating. True, Chum Guzzler. You know what is cheating? Real cheating is not going to lucyhaza.org lucyhaza.org/live and donating. That's the real cheating. That's the real cheating. There ever was one. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't ever. Never. What the hell's happening? Whew. All right. Looking good. So far, so good. Let me change the view. Boom. We gotta use the camera until we still have it. The good camera. We have to use it till we still can. Because once we don't have it, we won't be able to use it. Not that way. Oh yeah. Let me see if there's anything else. I mean, we could also be talking about Georgia while we're at it. Georgia is a big topic. More about Poland. Wait, why is it good for Poland? Why is this situation in Syria supposed to be good? A good scenario for Poland in particular. Why is Poland always so self-centered? Bizarre. Putin apologizes to Merkel. I did not know. I did not know. A famous photo with scared Merkel made rounds in 2007. Putin did not listen to Angela Merkel's request. Oh, she was afraid of dogs and he brought in a dog. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Damn. Thanks, chat. It will help Poland into space. Wait, why are you thinking chat? Wait, why are you thinking chat? Why are you thanking the chat? This is the angriest a podcast has ever made me. Okay, we're gonna do our, I guess, what do you call it? Mandatory Vosh reaction. What? Oh no. Okay, we're just gonna watch a fragment of it. What the hell? Why is this so long? What the? We're not watching all of this. We're not watching the entirety of this. No. Oh God. We're gonna watch some of it, I guess. I've not prepared a lot for this stream because I've been on the bus and I've been trying to sleep, but I couldn't sleep. It was not good, okay? It was not a good time. I did not have a good time. Oh no, Vaush. What a nightmare. That's right. I'm doing my obligatory view whatever thing. So
we're finally breaking from the mold now, 3 weeks after.
Okay, what's the infuriating podcast? Let me hear it. Let me see what the infuriating podcast is, and then we can move on.
Election results. We're beginning to talk.
On the Biden question, we of course got that everywhere we went. And
do you know the memes about Poland can into space memes? No.
And we knew what the data was. We knew we had to show her as her own person and point to the future and not try to rehash the past. She also felt that she was part of the administration. And unless we said something like, well, I would have handled the border completely differently, we were never going to satisfy anybody. We were trying to tell a story and give the impression that she was different.
Who is this person? And why are they saying basically we were never going to win?
Without pointing to a specific issue.
Right.
Can I ask this, why not a specific issue? Is it something she was unwilling to do? I mean, you weren't even feel disingenuous?
She felt like she was part of the administration, so why should she look back and cherry pick some things that she would have done differently when she was part of it?
Well, because you're trying to win an election? Because Joe Biden's approval ratings are low and you want to differentiate yourself? Because you have an election to win?
She had tremendous loyalty to President Biden.
That's part of the problem. That's not relevant. You're a public servant. Your loyalty should be to the American people. That's your job. This isn't even like a radical break from institutional norms thing. Like definitionally, as a president, you are loyal to the constituency, to the people of America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, Vouch, sure. The people. Just like when Lex Luthor became president of the United States. Do you remember that time? Do you remember when Lex Luthor became president of the United States? You may remember that. But do you remember when Lex Luthor from an alternative Earth became president and then Superman came in and fried his brain? I bet you don't remember that. Yeah, that happened. And then Wonder Woman came in and asked, "Are you feeling okay?" And Superman turned around and said, "I feel great." Oh, that happened. It's part of the US history. It's part of US history. Or at least on the alternative Earth. On our Earth, President Luthor broke the law and was impeached, I assume, or something. And the Justice League took him in. That's what happened on our Earth. But the only alternative one, Superman totally fired him. Which was not very nice.
You've been on plenty of campaigns. Imagine if we said, well, we would have taken this approach on the border. Imagine the round of stories coming out after that of people saying, well, she never said that in a meeting, or what meeting when she said this? Or
Well, then maybe you shouldn't have like completely spineless pieces of shit running who don't believe in anything. Maybe like the solution to this would be when you run candidates, they actually believe in something, and that way they're consistent for their whole lives on the things they believe. Trump did it. Like, Trump lies all the time, but he's super consistent on the basic points. Bernie Sanders did it. No one has any audio of Bernie Sanders from 4 years ago saying that he's like close friends with BlackRock, or he was, you know, accepting, $500,000 speaking fees at Goldman Sachs to advocate for lower taxes on the wealthy. If you run people who believe things, you don't run into these issues. It's also possible, by the way, to have a vice president with principles who meaningfully breaks from the guidance of the look at
Imagine having principles. Could not be me. That's how we do it. You need an alien to sanctify the presidency. True. I mean, who knows? Maybe you already have one. Folderman is right about that what we need, but wrong about Trump being consistent. I mean, technically speaking, you could say that he is being consistently, and the fact that he lies all the time. See? There you go. He consistently lies. You cannot deny that. You cannot deny that Trump is a consistent liar. I think we will end the stream when the camera will die. That's the limit. It's going to be the limit of the stream. Once the camera dies, the stream dies with it, quite literally. Once the stream dies, the camera dies. Well, I mean the other way around. Now our Earth legs merge with Brainiac to achieve a pseudo-godhood. That is true. That is what happened. That is true. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be a history channel, but I can't even get the history of the US presidents right. I'm sorry. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraudster. I apologize.
Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson was
okay. We're gonna skip.
Like,
I do think we had a lot of support
we're skipping
in a number of athletes and others that were just not super interested in getting their brand caught up in the politics of this campaign. And I don't think he had the same problem. Now, he wasn't talking to the kind of folks, that we
which is insane, because Donald Trump's brand is objectively less popular than Kamala Harris's in terms of like general adjacency. Like, it's less of a brand risk. Like, Donald Trump is way the more aggressive.
Well, he won. I mean, he won. So maybe who's the better brand? Who's the better brand? You're perfect on the history of Maryland, though. No, that is not an invitation to talk about Maryland more. Oh! Camera died. Camera died. Well, I guess that's it for the stream. Camera died. I don't think I have permission to raid TBZ, so I have to raid someone. All of them forbid me from rating them. Alright, camera died. You can still hear me, right? You can still hear me, correct? So since the camera died, I can show myself for a second. Hold on. Where's my other camera? Oh, there you go. But I'm frozen. I'm frozen, so this camera does not even work. Oh, it's working. See the difference? The colors seem warmer though. That's the difference. That's the laptop one. Alright. Guess we're finishing. We're not gonna finish the glorious Vaush video. Or are we? Or are we gonna finish the Vaush video? Do you want me to finish the Vaush video with the other camera, or do you want me to give up? Give up or continue with this camera? You write it in the chat. Finish? Want me to finish the video? Yeah? Alright. I would like more content. Don't give up. Okay, I won't give up if I get a donation from someone. You're going super hard. You're going super hard, so rest if you need. So, if you like me to continue, why not donate? Also, I'm gonna show you another book. I have 2 books here. Oh, I'm gonna use this notebook. Yes! I'm so gonna use this notebook. I've got magazines that I need to read. Polish physical magazines. It has opinion pieces that interest me. It has opinion pieces that absolutely interest me. That's why it's worth reading still. Taxpayers Association checkmate? What? What do you mean? 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 What do you mean do you win? No one wants to donate? Alright then, I'll just continue. I'm so disappointed that nobody's like, I'll donate to the great cause. Because, okay, I'm gonna say it. I've got live interpreters to whom I will have to pay. And now it looks like I'll also need translators. Because I will need a full translation of the dialogue. So then I'll pay translators for the full translation of the dialogue. So that's gonna be a thing. You know? I have to put the is it charging? Oh, I have to turn it off. I think now it will start charging. Oh, what is it so loose? Oh. Okay, it's charging. It's charging. Let me see. Camera's charging. Is it still charging? Yes. It's in fact still charging. Alright, we're gonna continue then. Even though nobody wants to support me, help me, etc. Oh wait, somebody did. Never mind. I'm sorry. Thank you, Glitch Master. I'll donate. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's continue then. Thank you. The camera is charging on its little thing.
And hateful and so on and so forth. I think it mostly comes down to the fact that, like, if an independent media person, like if someone in like the broader media space does something with Donald Trump, they're kind of committing to that, you know? And their right-leaning fan base will ride or die for it, you know? Whereas, like, no one really gives a shit if Kamala Harris does your thing, right? Like, the right will attack you, but no one's really going to attack them in your defense because the left doesn't like Kamala Harris and liberals aren't even that aggressively enthusiastic about her because there's no underlying narrative. There's no big message, you know? What are you risking it for? You know what I mean?
We're trying to get, and these are big names, that their reputations would be tied into it. But you know, he, I think, certainly was able to tap into some cultural elements in ways that we couldn't. And I think that that had an impact on us, that there were places that we knew we had support, that we desperately wanted to go and have conversation that we thought would be interesting and relevant and fun, and we couldn't get there. But we did get to a number of places that I think were really impactful for us hitting.
Also, just okay, think about it from the perspective of the people making that independent content.
I'm trying to think about it. I mean, I do independent content. I'm super independent, right? Would you not call me an independent at the end of the day?
Why would you want Kamala Harris on? She is going to stump speech you. If you get Donald Trump on, you can have interesting... Theo Vaughn talked about doing coke with him. Joe Rogan is all about this shit. Like, you can have an interesting convo with Donald Trump. What kind of conversation can you have with Kamala Harris? Not only are you opening yourself up to all the, you know, the sort of negative attention that you get from participating in a president...
You're going to have an interesting conversation with me. The question is, do you want to? Do you want to have an interesting conversation with me? Or do you not? That is the question. All right.
Presidential race. But Kamala Harris is going to hit you with anything even remotely interesting. It's boring. Like if I had Kamala Harris on, and I'm not joking, like imagine it's a month before the election, and I could somehow have Kamala Harris on, I genuinely don't think it would be much of a bump to my channel, and I don't think it would be that fun or interesting. I think it would purely be, if that could have somehow happened, it would have purely been like for the wow factor of, wow, I had a presidential candidate on, you know? Not really good for independent media. They should have paraded Walz, though. Yeah, but Walz was on a leash. Like, I agree, Walz was a better candidate and a lot more authentic, but he can't, like, they leashed...
I am the most authentic. Write one in the chat if you think I'm an authentic candidate. If you think I'm the most authentic candidate of them all, then you should write one in the chat. My authenticness is staggering.
The fuck out of him.
Or was it authenticity? I think it was authenticity, not authenticness. But I like the word authenticness. See, I'm giving deep analysis to this video.
Muzzled him as soon as they brought him on. He got famous for the weird thing, but then they told him to stop it.
Thank you,
since
Ty.
then, he just became like the Midwest whisperer.
One in the chat. See? Rich Master gets it.
You know, he became the wears a plaid overshirt over a, you know, denim button-up whisperer. He became the I know what farming equipment is called and what it does whisperer. They didn't. They stopped allowing him to be aggressive.
Men, African American men, Latino men, we had a number of opportunities there that I think when we could do it, we absolutely did it, and it was a top priority for us.
And the truth is, when Trump would go on these podcasts, conversation wasn't political. And we saw that, and
apolitical.
We did lots of outreach to many of the same podcasts that he went on. Ultimately, as we said, with everything in this campaign, we had to pick and choose because of the limitations on time. But I do also want to.
You had time. If you have time to go on and do like 60 Minutes interviews or go on NBC or whatever, that's going to be viewed by at most like 150,000 boomers across the country, you have time to go on Joe Rogan, which will be viewed by tens of millions of people. You had time. Kamala Harris.
Wait, sorry, what? When you are a completely organic and socially embedded face for Ned propaganda? Wait, what is Ned again? Ned? National Endowment for Democracy. Oh, you mean that? Okay. I mean, yeah. I don't know why, but I thought you meant something else.
Harris is not 80 years old like Donald Trump. She's young enough. She's spry. They can find time.
True.
To say that Tim Walz was a huge podcaster and was on podcasts all the time. And, in the politics adjacent space that you were talking about, sports, hunting, fishing, running, football generally. He went on SmartList, a whole host of them. So we definitely see the value in this strategy. I guess the thing that was different about our campaign versus Trump's are a couple of things. One, all of his podcasts were reaching the audience that we were struggling to pull in.
Young men.
Young man.
And we saw that. We knew that. And
we knew everything from the start, and that's why we did everything not correctly. We knew everything, and yet we've done nothing. That is our greatest achievement. We knew everything, and yet we did nothing with that knowledge.
For two, in addition to doing podcasts, we were also.
But you're not learning the right lesson here. It's not enough to just go on the podcasts. You have to have a compelling message. Tim Walz can go on whatever sports podcasts he wants, and then the young men who watch them or listen to them will go, "Oh, he's like a nice guy, but I'm going with Trump." Like maybe they don't dislike Tim Walz. Maybe they hear him and go, "Oh, he's pretty cool. He seems like a nice VP. Too bad though, because I'm voting for Trump." Like you can come across as nice or relatable or whatever, but unless you're capturing them with the compelling narrative, yeah.
True. Kamala Harris should have talked about drugs and grabbing people by their genitals in the locker room. True.
You don't have anything. All you've done is like waste time and money.
They're doing earned media. And he was doing a little bit of that, but it was mostly right-wing media. Anything mainstream, he would book it and then they would cancel it. So, how people viewed our campaign doing the earned media, in addition to the podcast kind of got lost in that conversation.
I'm sort of fascinated by the fact that
it's like the same as the left needs their own Joe Rogan, like failing to understand that Joe Rogan can't exist on the left for like 57 reasons. Like you're put again, cart before the horse. You don't understand the institutional factors.
I do like the horse. Honestly, yeah.
That led to things being where they are right now.
4 years ago, the idea that it would be more politically problematic to have on Kamala Harris, the sitting vice president of the United States, than Donald Trump, a man who's been convicted of a crime and tried to violently overthrow the election. Do you have any theories as to why that is? Is it specific about the people he was talking to? Is it establishment versus anti-establishment? Politics versus not politics?
When people...
why people would be some folks would feel more comfortable for their brand to have a convicted criminal on than the sitting vice president.
It was never a choice, like, we'll have him, but we're not going to have you. Anybody that took him would take us. It was more some of the, like Hot Ones, which is a great show. They didn't want to do any.
Wait, Hot Ones is the Hot Ones the thing where you eat increasingly spicy chicken? Am I wrong? Is that the Hot Ones? They invite celebrities and they just eat one by one increasingly spicy chicken. That's the Hot Ones, right? Or am I mistaken about what the Hot Ones are? Yeah? I think that's it. Yes. Alrighty.
Politics, so they weren't going to take us or him. So that was the issue. But we got on plenty of them. The bottom line is she was willing to do just about anything and have a conversation with anybody, regardless of where.
Wait, Kamala Harris went on Hot Ones? Hold on, did I miss something? Oh, the reason Hot Ones turned down Kamala Harris as guest is interesting. They turned her down. She was supposed to be on Hot Ones, but they turned her down. Oh, snap. Oh, no. Oof. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Sad.
She did more traditional media than Trump did, as you point out, did basically none. Like literally none.
Thank God, no shit for that.
Because no one will ever go after a presidential candidate because they didn't go on ABC enough. Are you insane? No one cares. No one watches it.
From the interested party, the media that wasn't getting their interview, but voters don't give a shit.
Wait, Trump got shit for that? That's what I'm saying. We got shit. I'm saying Trump got no shit.
So we got tons of shit that she wasn't doing enough media.
He got no shit.
Don't even.
Sean is a coward.
Like, now that the campaign's over and you sort of identified who.
Sean is a coward. True. Hot Ones.
Who sort of the voters were who moved at the end. How do you feel about the utility of some of that earned media stuff?
Yeah.
Does it now feel a little bit we're just sort of talking to our own people all the time?
Yeah. And not even in terms of who the targets were.
This podcast is infuriating, Vosh. We have to learn why.
Persuadable voters, which were largely young men, they're not watching the evening news. They're not watching cable. They definitely do not watch 60 Minutes. So older voters, maybe that's why Vice President did a little bit better with senior citizens. Look, our background is doing lots of earned media through the course of our careers. Does it help in where we stand now? If you're a candidate with a limited amount of time to get your voice out there and define yourself, you kind of have to do everything. But did it...
The problem with all Democrats is that they campaign to demographics instead of on a message. That's very true. I agree with that. Yeah, they're still not grasping the fundamental problem. The Democrats will wake up and they'll talk to their consultants and they'll say, what message should we adopt to appeal to the demographics we want to hit? What demographics should we try to? No, that's not how it works. That's
how
not
does it work?
ever how it's worked. You have to have a real message, and then you build out from there.
Imagine having a real message.
Not just in getting shit from
Imagine having a
media,
message.
but getting questions that we knew voters weren't going to care about. Their myopic mindset on certain issues was not what the race was going to be about. So at a certain point, we had to decide, is this helping us or hurting us?
What did you decide? You can say it.
I would say, I mean, look, I am not...
having a message is for losers. I'm going to go out and say that. Having a message... I have a message and nobody watches me. What good does my message do me? I ask the audience. They're like, we need to list Cheney harder and try to get the suburban college graduates to like our watered down transphobia instead of the real thing. True. Message. Have you considered that having a message has done nothing good for me? He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not talking about anything. That's just empty talk. Okay, we're gonna skip. We're not going to watch 1 hour 34 minutes of Vosh being angry at a podcast. That's not how we're gonna spend our. It's 5 a.m.
People vote for strongmen when they feel insecure about the future. It is like a universal constant. The problem is that the Democrats didn't meet with an appropriate message. You don't have to be dictatorial, but you do have to capture people's hearts effectively enough that they don't turn and vote based on fear.
We had to get more voters to say that. So
I guess. Strongman competition. Hold on, I wanted to check something for some reason, and then I failed.
At how we closed, I think we did one day with Liz Cheney in the last couple of weeks. We look at the ads we ran; they were heavily centered on the economy, on tax cuts, on Trump being for the wealthy. So this notion that somehow we weren't focused on the economy, that was the driving motivation and message in our campaign. The closing speech.
But boring and no one cared. Like, that's the problem. You can't get consultants to fix that problem because they are boring people. Like, you will never get a DNC consultant to make the party energize people more because the DNC consultant is a fundamentally flavorless individual. They will never fix this problem.
Yes, it took place at the Ellipse, was a huge contrast on the economy and the people Donald Trump would fight for and the people Kamala Harris would fight for. So I think that mistakes, I think my concern about that is just, again, we have to understand that what happened in this election and what didn't. And, I think at the end of the day,
mistake number
we had
one
to raise people's concern and the threat level of a Trump second term. I think if you look at our internal data,
again, like, here's the question.
I mean, they did it and it didn't work. It reads to me like we've done this thing, it didn't work, so maybe we should have done it, but more. You know?
Okay, look, I am all in favor of telling people that Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator and a fascist, because those things are both completely correct. I don't think that is an incorrect thing to say at all. But one must ask themselves, okay, is that enough to get people to vote for you? If you look at history, the answer is obviously no, especially when people are, like, increasingly anxious economically and socially in the current context. So you can remind...
Okay, Philip August, you have to fix the fact that you're white. I cannot believe that you're white. Campaigning on the economy is one thing, but you also need to actually deliver. This is a good summary of failure of, I think. We're gonna go through this tomorrow, okay? I don't think we have the strength. I don't think we have the power to go through this today. But I clicked on the link and I have it on the thing. The one thing I disagree with is that it's not all Biden's fault. Yeah, it's not. Of course it's not. But your fault is that you're white.
Remind people about that all you want, but all you're doing is advocating the continuation of the status quo. Kamala Harris made that very clear.
Can speak to this. We did a lot of that. We just didn't get it to the extent that we needed to win. But at the end of the day, I think people,
That is sort of true, actually. A lot of people were saying we will choose the unpredictability of Trump over what's being given to us now. Unfortunate, but don't. Jesus. You should stop being white. That is what you should do. Okay, you should not be white. That's your gravest sin right now. Being white. Being white is a sin in the eyes of God. Even though I'm not really religious. Okay, let's continue this a little bit more.
It was the price of eggs that drove a lot of the debate here. And I think Trump's going to be in hot water because he's going to do a lot of stuff starting January 20th. That's not going to be about the price of eggs. It's going to be about sort of the MAGA ideological pursuits that he and his base will insist happen, whether that's pardoning January 6 rioters or some of the other things around healthcare and immigration. So, but I think, Dan, that it is important. We spent a lot of time with voters in the aftermath of those comments from Milley and about, desiring generals like Hitler, and it bothered voters. So again, that wasn't the core of our campaign. The core of our campaign was an economic contrast in these battleground states, but it was an important element of it.
Quinn, can you talk a little bit about, at the end, there was a, I'd be curious.
You should try Barack on the Sega Saturn. I'll see.
In your data, what percent
Thana, it really makes you wonder what they would be like coping about if Donald Trump hadn't engaged in all the blunders that he did in this campaign. If Donald Trump had run this time the way he did back in 2016, what would they even have? I feel like the Democratic consultants would just shrug and like, yeah, I guess he's the best president. I guess we have nothing on him. We had literally nothing to offer. Like that, all they have is clinging on to his mistakes. But back in 2016, comparatively speaking, he was a lot more disciplined, which is insane to say, but it's true. So like, if he had run with that level of discipline and cohesion, yeah, the Democratic consultants, I guess they would just be like, oh well, whatever. I guess he's the rightful president. He has been anointed.
Focus on suburbs. We knew they were very important in 22.
It's just insane, man. I guarantee you Republican consultants aren't talking like this.
Obviously, we're very, very focused on women in particular, but moderates, independents, and the vice president actually did better in the WOW counties in Wisconsin than Joe Biden did. And while the rest of the country moved 5 points to the right in the suburbs, we moved a point to the right. So that isn't enough to win.
That's great. That's great. Learn the worst lessons possible from the most marginal of victories. This tiny sub-community went less to the right than every other part of the country.
Just a reminder that we understood the work we had to do. And when your opponent is trying to make you more extreme and to make you dangerously liberal, the ways you can push back on that, we talked about the trans ad earlier, is by having
dangerously liberal
people stand with you that don't agree with you on everything.
Yep, that's true. Voters love that. When the opposition calls you like a communist, which they'll do no matter what, the best way to win is surround yourself with people your voters don't like. That's so true. So many people wake up and are motivated to vote for a president based on whether they surround themselves with people they disagree with. That's so true.
Do see in you.
It worked for Trump. As we all know, Trump loves surrounding himself with the opposite of yes men, no men. He loves surrounding himself with people who will challenge him and disagree with him at every turn.
It wasn't just that the Republicans that stood with us were saying they were against Trump. They were also saying they were for the vice president and why. And I think that had a real impact. Not enough, but it definitely.
Okay, we're gonna.
We spent so much time and resources, and I thought even in 20 did a really good job from a campaign standpoint to reach Latino voters in particular. And I think we missed the mark then. And in that instance, I think it was economic broadly, right? And that was such a conversation about COVID and then the economy. I think, we really saw in hindsight, we should have been far more on the economy and COVID kind of second. But, look, I think as you look at 24, first of all, as you well know, Latino voters are not a monolith. And in every battleground state, in every state in the country that have a cohort of Latino voters that make up the electorate, they're very different. And I think certainly the national numbers look particularly bad because they incorporate Florida and in Texas. But we also, saw a shift in this trend, as you're saying, that we have a lot of work to do. I think that it's Latino men in particular. I do think, though, the smaller...
But do you want to posit perhaps a reason why? Or do you want to just maybe we didn't ask them to call Kamala Harris abuela or whatever? Do we want to perhaps gesture at an explanation for this?
Okay, we're gonna skip further ahead. Also, Philippe Auguste considered not being white.
Voters and have an impact, and in a way that they can feel connected to what we're doing, but also just finding them to have that conversation, I think was complicated.
Stephanie, it felt like one of the driving.
That was like, did anyone else stroke out during that? Was that rough to follow for anyone else? I genuinely don't think they understand why they lost this election.
Forces of this campaign was that there was a segment
I don't think anybody does.
Who were simply seemed almost impossible to reach with the traditional tools that Democrats have. Linear TV to some extent, certainly earned media, as you mentioned. It appears that Trump had some ability to reach them. And, there is an argument I very much buy.
Vosh is hidden in the chat.
The national and the battleground states was because you guys were in the battleground states campaigning. But there's also an alarming version of that, which is where we are not spending.
Looks like you're watching this together or something.
$1 billion in field and TV. The country is moving farther to the right because organically some groups of voters are getting right-leaning messaging or anti-democratic messaging, which is what did you guys...
It's called being popular and going to where the people are. I'm sorry that the average American isn't waking up and consuming like 60-minute segments or whatever. It's
being called being populist.
Like being even remotely aware of what people pay attention to these days. You can literally just Google like ratings of...
This is why not voting This is why not voting to change the Democratic Party is complete starter.
Of ABC, ratings of CNN, and then you can Google how many Americans get their news from YouTube/TikTok. There you go. Congratulations, Democrats. Hire me for $500,000 a year, please. I have such wisdom to share with you. Pretty basic stuff.
Sort of see about that group of voters.
Jesus, Vaush.
You have yet, and I would not blame you for not having them.
Vaush is just still bitter because they would not let him into the White House or something for a tour. I think that's it.
Yet about how we can reach those folks going forward.
Well, I would say a couple of things. Like you said, this race was, a little different than most anything else. Trump is a different kind of candidate.
Again, translation, we have no idea what we're doing. We have no idea what went wrong. All of this makes so much sense if you view it from the perspective of a basic critical theory framework, very basic Marxist material forces, capitalist regression to fascism when it feels threatened, populist strongman. But it's a very basic political education, one that allows you to understand what's going on here. But they are completely annulled to it. They have no idea.
We had a Democratic candidate get 7 days out, part of an administration, coming out of COVID, inflation, etc. Trump never stopped. Trump, obviously it's important to him that he portray this very masculine, strong figure. And so how does that show up for people? It shows up at UFC fights. It shows up with Dana White speaking at the convention. It shows up with the kind of podcasts that he's doing. It shows up in his rhetoric.
Okay. All right. So...
And he's constantly picking a fight and showing that he's going to take something on. I'm not saying we mimic that. We don't want to mimic that. But...
Yeah, wouldn't want to have a spine.
We have to pay attention to why people find that appealing.
Oh my God.
And his use of TikTok and specifically reaching those younger men. I can't tell you how many friends of mine or nieces and nephews would say to me, I'm getting these things from Trump all the time on TikTok.
And you didn't learn anything from this? This lady, she's probably TikTok, whatever. Who's even heard of that?
And they're not political people. They weren't signing up for that stuff, but Trump was reaching them. So there is a lot for us to learn in that. But I will also say a lot of that was very specific to that candidate. In his messaging and...
Oh, well, that's convenient. No, we don't...
But you're still white, Philippe Auguste. You're still white. And yet you're still white. Wait, where did the thing go? Where did my mouse disappear to? Okay. My mouse cursor.
Really need to learn any lessons of how we lost because it was like a magic thing specific to Donald Trump. True. We don't have any I'm paid $1 million a minute sitting here. Hey, we don't really have any ideas basically on how we lost. It's just he's kind of like magic basically. A wizard did it.
Friendship is magic.
Why that was while people were open to that messaging, we can go really deep into why, and we can go into a conversation on.
Can we? I feel like I can.
Democrats
Can you?
are squishy, and are the conversation we just had about transgender, and the conversation that
we just had about transgender. In case you were wondering how authentic the progressive biases of the Democrats' consultants are. Again, the social classes, these people, they are literally...
The conversation we just had about transgender. Now I want to go back and hear what the conversation about transgender was. We've skipped the conversation. Shouldn't we be rating some small streamers?
Literally, the deep state. They run in between consulting for political candidates and big corporations. You think they're going down to, like, dive bars with trans friends to knock back shots and joke about whatever the you think is funny on Twitter at that moment because you're brain poisoned? You got the brain rot? They are in a completely different social caste. They're the closest thing we have in this country to, like, aristocracy outside of the literal oligarchy that is about to control every facet of our daily lives. They've been in Washington for a long time, but they've only gotten stronger and more powerful over time. No one questions them. Well, at least no one in the Democrats, on the Democrat side does.
Republicans in the House are trying to make us have on bathrooms right now.
Oh, this is how much they support you, by the way. This is how much the Democrats think of you, trans audience of mine.
The conversation we just had about transgender, and the conversation that Republicans in the House are trying to make us have on bathrooms.
The conversation they're trying to make us have. We don't want to talk about it. We don't really care. You're like, you keep obsessing over these social issues. Like, this is a very normal way to talk about a civil rights issue. You know what I mean? Imagine in the context of, like, black civil rights. If the so-called, like, progressive wing of Washington was like, yeah, I guess, like, the segregationists are trying to make us talk about this again. Like, the desegregation stuff, or, like, the segregationists keep saying, like, yeah, let's talk about this. Like, oh, okay. Like, that sounds very authentic, your interest in this.
Right now. We can talk about how we're going to get people's wages up, how we're going to, create programs for people that don't go to college but still can figure out how to build their careers, about how we finally, address the sandwich generation that, like, the vice president was trying to have of caring for kids and being able to afford childcare, but also having to care for ailing parents. These are the type of issues that aren't squishy or masculine, but they are real life.
It's just she's gonna get rehired, man. She's gonna get rehired. Squishy or masculine.
And I think if there's one conversation that we should have as Democrats, we got to get back to those issues, because those are our issues.
Yeah, that's exactly. You didn't mention transgender people once during Kamala Harris's campaign. That's the real problem. You got to get back to the.
I mean, that's literally how they were talking about it at the time. Like, does he not know about the history of this? Did you not know that Vaj does not read books? He already said reading books is a waste of time, okay? He said it. He said it, not me.
Those issues, as opposed to the other ones that you talked so much about.
We're the ones that find the solutions to those, and in my coming up
and yet
in politics, we're the only ones that cared about them. We have to get back to those bread and butter type issues that change people's lives. Even that 35-year-old man who finds the masculine rhetoric and TikToks and YouTubers appealing, he still has to pay his kids' childcare bills.
Again, just remember, the job of these people is to make sure the Democrats don't raise taxes. That's it. What do you think they're talking about when they're in a private?
Okay, let's go further.
I wonder.
You guys invested a ton of money and time in the field, particularly in this election. Is there, and that obviously bore fruit, so I'm not suggesting it didn't, but is there anything you take from this that makes you question how we have traditionally done field in the Democratic Party in terms of efficiency or efficacy?
Well,
I know this is a little question for you.
Yeah. So first of all, I think against national headwinds, we would not have come as close
And
as
I stipulate that. Yeah.
without organizing. And I think that part of what we have to do as Democrats and on our side is, do the work of having the conversations and reaching people. I just think that is a part of our party and a part of the
That's
people
cool. That
lower
doesn't mean
propensity
anything.
that we're trying to reach, that we can reach effectively through programs. At the same time, I think that, I think Republicans generally have not had that same challenge because, for the most part, their folks have kind of turned out pretty consistently.
Why? Well, dude, just nothing going on up here, man. Nothing. Yeah, we need to work on reaching people where they are. I don't know why, but Republicans don't have to do that because people keep turning out for them. I don't really know why. Yeah, somehow Republicans have been able to maintain a consistent, even growing base of supporters despite Donald Trump's constant gaffes and errors and less money being spent on a ground game. Significantly less money. I don't really know why. It's like a Civ unique passive. Yeah, it's just like a distinct magical trait that applies to Trump that we can learn no lessons from.
I think Trump, again, is an anomaly, so I would be careful to put tactics to him.
I can't. I legitimately, I am exercising levels of discipline unrivaled in my, I don't even want to talk. Just play it.
That could work for someone else because I'm not sure on his side that that's possible.
I think they think they're being truthful. I genuinely think that this is brain rot, not just like malicious backstabbers who run from corporate job to politics job to corporate job to politics job, but people who, they do that, don't get me wrong, but people who are immersed in a vat of they're in a bubble where they hear these, they only interact with wealthy, powerful people. They only interact with people who are in their own social caste. And as a consequence of that, I think that they're fed this logic. Because keep in mind, they may work all the time with Republicans, but not with MAGA Republicans. They work with upstanding business Republicans who then go on to vote for Donald Trump. Because the MAGA wing of the party has never been the majority, especially in wealthier circles. Wealthier Republican voters are for the.
I want to hear the translate.
Republican voters turning.
I'm not happy with Beetle VW. I more like Trump.
In the suburbs, we moved a point to the right, so that isn't
perceived to be an uncharismatic trait. How do you respond? Oh, you're welcome. You've been warning that Donald Trump is a fundamental threat to democracy this entire time. That's not new information. That's not new or interesting. I found it. Wait, does she say this literally at the beginning of the Charlemagne interview?
You are black, so okay. Now, now one thing they've been saying, a lot of your press hits get criticized. Folks say you
don't
come off
copyright
as
me, okay?
Very scripted. They say you like to stick to your talking points, and some media says you have.
Also, this is crazy, by the way. Sitting Vice President, potential future President Kamala Harris, and Charlemagne the God, 500,000 views. That's crazy. This is exactly what I mean about how independent media wouldn't be enough. No one cares about Kamala Harris. Even the people who vote for her are like, oh well, she's better than Trump. No one gives a shit. There's no interest there.
We call discipline.
Oh, you like to stick to your talking points, and some media says you have.
That would be called discipline.
Oh, okay. Speak to that.
Go on.
Okay, some people say you have an inability to fearlessly say who you are and what you believe. I know that's not true. But what do you say to that criticism? And is it fair for SNL to make fun of it?
Hasn't Maya Rudolph been wonderful?
Yes.
I think I have nothing but admiration for the comedy, and I think it's important to be able to laugh at yourself and each other.
But what do you say to people
in the spirit of obviously comedy and not belittling people as my opponent would do.
But what do you say to people who?
That's her response to, how do you feel about how people mock you for giving insincere answers? Gigantic smile. Isn't it nice that people make jokes? Not mean jokes, but nice jokes. Thank you, Kamala Harris.
Say you stay on the talking point.
I would say you're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, here's the thing.
Day one of running for president.
What can I say except you're welcome? Is that stream now demonetized because I sang a song from Moana?
In school, I am widely criticized for what some perceive to be an uncharismatic trait. How do you respond? Oh, you're welcome. It's day one of running for president school. Am I doing it right? Maybe that Kamala emote should be removed. Nah, because now it's like she's laughing at us, you know? It's kind of fitting.
Decided to ignore that and just say, let's talk about tax cuts today. I don't think that would advance the ball with the people we needed to advance it with. And again, I just want to, again,
it's an expression of pain.
Excuses. This political environment sucked. Okay? We were dealing with ferocious headwinds. And I think people's instinct was to give the Republicans
ferocious animals
a chance. So we had a complicated puzzle to put together here.
Guys, I'm paid $1 billion a year to figure out politics. The current political environment sucked. I have no other input on this.
Of the voters, and it was going to take a little bit more independent Republicans than we saw in 20. Maybe a % more Republican.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Does it not seem strange to anyone else that this political consultant is literally not factoring in voter non-participation? Like to him, if you don't vote, it's because you have a disease that makes it impossible for you to vote. It's like you're not even worth consideration.
I mean, you don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe such a disease actually exists. Maybe that's a legitimate thing that actually exists in the world. The big disease that makes you capable of
basically
voting.
Because if you're considered, that would suggest that the
maybe
Democrats
that's the thing.
aren't doing a good enough job reaching out and grabbing new voters. Remember, for the first time in decades, new voters broke in favor of Trump this election. People who registered to vote for this election, this is the first time they've cast a vote for a presidential candidate, for the first time in a long...
True, he won the popular vote as well, not just the... Oh my god, he won the popular vote. Not just the electoral college. Think about that. Your kitties.
Long time. That broke for Trump. Normally, increased voter turnout's good for Democrats. Not this time.
Voters for us. It was going to take voters saying, even though I judged Trump's first term favorably, I'm more concerned about him this time.
Here's the article where at the end a voter literally says he thinks Trump is Hitler but still voted for him. We were cooked from the start. No, you need to understand where this came from. And I'm going to tell you because I'm going to make you relate to this guy. Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready to relate to that guy?
No.
A bunch of people, when FDR was rising to power, first in the gubernatorial and then as the president,
not ready.
Over, accused him of being dictatorial. And they were right. FDR did a lot of bullying. He did a lot of aggressive shit. A lot of, I wouldn't say literally dictatorial, but he was pretty aggro. And he definitely bent the country to his whim. And for the most part, it was good. Now imagine you're in the throes of the Great Depression. You're out there waiting to get your bread in line every day. Your grandparents are boiling shoe leather for sustenance. And someone tells you that FDR, the guy who says that he welcomes the hatred of the business class, someone who says he's going to take on the banks, someone says, hey, that guy's well, they wouldn't know anything about Hitler yet. A little early for them to be making that reference. But you hear about FDR's second Bill of Rights, a guaranteed education, guaranteed job, and someone tells you, don't vote for FDR. That guy's crazy authoritarian. Look at all that authoritarian stuff he did in his when he was the governor. You really want that guy to be president? Is that going to change your vote? The answer for a lot of people is no. People vote for strongmen when they feel insecure about the future. It is like a universal constant. The problem is that the Democrats didn't meet with an appropriate message. You don't have to be dictatorial, but you do have to capture people's hearts effectively enough that they don't turn and vote based on fear.
We had to get more voters to say that. So, and if you look at how we closed, I think we did one day with Liz Cheney in the last couple of weeks. You look at the ads we ran, they were heavily centered on the economy, on tax cuts, on Trump being for the wealthy. So this notion that somehow we weren't focused on the economy, that was the driving motivation and message in our campaign. The closing speech.
But boring and no one cared. That's the problem. You can't get consultants to fix that problem because they are boring people. You will never get a DNC consultant to make the party energize people more because the DNC consultant is a fundamentally flavorless individual. They will never fix this problem.
Yes, it took place at the Ellipse, was a huge contrast on the economy and the people Donald Trump would fight for and the people Kamala Harris would fight for. So I think that mistakes.
I still judge you.
I think
I still judge you for being white, Philip August. Just so you know.
Concern about that is just, again, we have to understand that what happened in this election and what didn't. And, I think at the end of the day, we had to raise people's concern and the threat level of a Trump second term. I think if you look at our internal data,
So again, here's the question, okay? Look, I am all in favor of telling people that Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator and a fascist, because those things are both completely correct. I don't think that is an incorrect thing to say at all. But one must ask themselves, okay, is that enough to get people to vote for you? If you look at history, the answer is obviously no, especially when people are like increasingly anxious economically and socially in the current context. So you can remind people about that all you want, but all you're doing is...
Oh my god, have we been streaming for over 6 hours? 6 hours of stream?
Advocating the continuation of the status quo. Kamala Harris made that very clear.
Can speak to this. We did a lot of that. We just didn't get it to the extent that we needed to win. But at the end of the day, I think people, it was the price of eggs that drove a lot of the debate here. And I think Trump's going to be in hot water because he's going to do a lot of stuff starting January 20th. That's not going to be about the price of eggs. It's going to be about sort of the MAGA ideological pursuits that he and his base will insist happen, whether that's pardoning January 6th rioters or some of the other things around healthcare and immigration. So, but I think, Dan...
Okay, that's enough. Enough. I've had enough.
In the aftermath.
I've had enough. Anything else? Anything else that I have to go over? Anything else that needs going over tonight? Anything else? Oh yeah, I should talk about those tariffs. Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of a check on Chud Logic. What happened here? Wait, what? What the hell? Okay, I guess Chud Logic gave me that link that I was asking for before. You remember when I was asking for the link of it explained VC, or is that too long? Georgia, you mean Georgia? If you mean Georgia, then the explanation is extremely fast. So the Georgian Dream Party that has cheated its way into parliamentary majority has decided to withdraw itself from the talks about joining the European Union. That's genuinely the extent of it. There's been a lot of protests around the elections themselves, and now there are protests about the fact that Georgia has decided we're moving away from talks about joining the European Union. Next stream, I'm going to be talking about it in depth, more in depth. And now we're going to watch some Chud Logic, I guess. No more, be so tired. No more? You don't want? I already played that part. Well, I'm not turning that into a segment. The Bosch thing. Okay, I'm gonna play a second of Mr. Logic to see what the Present Sunday thing was about.
But Destiny's just fine. What? That is insane, bro. He just said what he thinks his name. But I don't believe that is like public information.
Like, she must have retched, right? This is the mouth she kisses her kids with. She probably didn't know about this.
Oh, bro, okay. It's going so badly that someone else has got to join to help try this. The 3v1 Sunday still bin.
No, that is poetry.
Wait, what's happening?
Jace.
Okay.
Jay's thought, bro. It gives the image of weakness that you've got all these people that are trying to can argue against President Sunday now, and he's just. Is he?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, what's happening?
I know. That's a you. That's a.
Okay.
I know.
Oh, very chill, very
I didn't
relaxed.
say that proudly, Wes. I said that I know. I know what it is. Okay.
So this is Destiny, J-Stalk, and Wes. Wes is like a kind
Okay.
of, you know, old panel guy, shit talker. He's seen as quite a funny dude, but let's see what
Okay.
happens.
So we all have our vices.
We're gonna check this out before we finish stream. For the stream ends forever. For tonight.
We do. Wes has been trying to press Destiny. Oh shit.
Steven, do you think Lauren Retch?
Yeah, I know. I know that happened. That's why I was curious as to what happened. I'm gonna.
When you heard about your felching addiction?
Well, you see, the thing is, to my audience of lefties, I do not personally care about Destiny's sex life. That is irrelevant to me. The only thing I care about is proving to you the complete infortitude of Destiny's political positions and views. So therefore, I will not be talking about the sexting leaks. That would be unacceptable and inappropriate. Yours truly, President Sunday. And then he comes in and goes, "Oh, what about your felching, bro? What do you think Lauren Southern thought about your felching, you fucking F-slut?" He's so full of it, bro. It's unbelievable.
Oh.
Okay. Why?
And is that Noah, my
Why
good
not?
friend, Noah Driver?
What? Okay.
Sunday really wants to be at the top of that blacklist. True. Oh.
So, I can explain a bit of context to this, okay? Bro, that is crazy, dude. So, a little while ago, right, there was this drama that happened about...
Oh, no way.
You know, apparently being doxxed. I don't know if it was real or not. It was claimed that it was a failed dox, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Destiny's just... Dude, what? That is fucking insane, bro. He's just said what he thinks is his name. When I don't believe that is, like, public information. I mean, like, obviously it's a shitty thing to do, but, like, this is the pinnacle of, like, probably, what, years at this point? Years of beef and years of drama.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Doxing is bad.
Okay.
How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Wait,
Hey,
is it
big man.
true? Is that police record of you abusing your partner? Is that real or?
No. Well,
What? What is happening? None of you wanted to give me this link, so I had to rely on chat logic, I guess. I wish he would stop fighting FD. Who? You mean FD signifier or what? Who do you mean? Philip August. President Stanley was a bit of a dork here.
The gloves have come off, okay?
Have there ever been on?
What's going on? I've never even heard of that before. Bro, Stephen's been doing some digging, and not just into a fucking cream-pied pussy, okay? But into fucking, I don't even know what he's on about. What is happening? What is this he's mentioning now? This is like crazy Lord.
Chat logic is spazzing out, of course. Gosh.
Lord dump.
I can't. I've been advised. Hi, Steven. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Wait,
Hey,
is
big
it
man.
true? Is that police record of you abusing your partner? Is that real or?
No. Well, I can't. I've been advised not to say, but be careful. I'm a dangerous man.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think that's probably bullshit, okay? I think that's probably bullshit.
Destiny has a really bad microphone here.
But I wouldn't put it past President Sunday. He strikes me as the kind of guy that would give a a swift, sharp backhand if dinner isn't on the table, with some sort of lengthy political diatribe about how important it is. I don't know. But no, in all seriousness, I don't know of any of this. I don't think. I've not looked at it, so I can't assess it. But that sounds like fucking, bullshit grasping to me.
Just curious. I guess everybody else will figure that out soon enough.
I suppose so. I am genuinely curious though. Like, I am genuinely curious though. Like, so you're sucking.
No, let him go. You can't.
Oh my god, bro! J-Stalk.
Censorship.
Okay, I did talk a bit of shit about J-Stalk the other day, right? For sweeping or whatever. But like, he's muted President Sunday. Now, don't get me wrong, President Sunday's talking a lot of shit, okay? But like, why are you not muting Destiny as well? He just fucking said what could potentially be this guy's fucking name. But no, President Sunday gets the mute. Come on, bro, that is fucking crazy. Like, just solely from like an optics perspective, even, you look just like a total. Well, you are a total sweeper, but it looks horrendous. It looks horrendous as well. Like, do you want people to just call you a fucking, a toady Destiny sweeper endlessly? Why would you do that, bro? That is crazy levels of sweeping.
I am genuinely curious though. Like, I am genuinely curious.
Why is he keeping replaying this?
You're sucking.
No, let him go. You can't you can't give me a hit and not let him swing back.
I'm so
Go on, Sweater
good.
Man, be
You guys
silent in
both
this
went
server.
once.
I don't approve of this, just to be clear. That was Jessica all on his own. I didn't.
Oh my god, dude. Even Destiny has something to say. Let him go. Oh, dude, that is a disaster, bro. If Destiny was that bothered, he'd just leave. Destiny clearly is up for a bit of a scrap, okay? He's plugged up and he's ready to go. Like, why is it Destiny?
What?
Unmute this guy. Oh my god, dude. It's like he's fucking, yes, master. Yes, I will mute it. Like, he's not even fucking telling him to do it. All right, come on, dude. You got to let them scrap it out if you're going to let it happen. Like, just don't let them on in the first place if this is a concern of yours. This looks just horrendous.
Did not tell him.
Fine. Hey, I don't want this on my stream. But you know what? You guys go. Get my stream banned.
Sorry, I'll have to watch more President Sunday content instead of yours so I can let you know. Wait, what? No! Jesus, people are so mean to me all the time.
Go ahead.
President Sunday already has enough viewers, okay? As is.
Go ahead.
On kick like that.
Oh.
Kick is like that. It's essentially the Twitch TOS. Please be respectful.
What? Oh. Bit awkward. Little bit awkward in there too.
Okay. God.
I think I'm just filling it with what Destiny loves the most. My thick, warm excretion. I understand you, Steven. It's okay. No shame in it.
Is Destiny actually there? Or what is going on here? I'll say at this point as well, okay? This whole leak thing, right? Is it shitty to get your DMs leaked? Yes, obviously. Is it totally fucked that this weirdo has maybe even hacked someone's account to do it? I don't know the details, but if that's happened, that's obviously really fucked up, okay? The problem you've got is it's still going to be an L regardless, because the people that are going to use this as an opportunity to go super hard for Steven are not going to give two fucks about that. You know? They've got no fucking whatever the word. Foibles? Is that the word? They don't fucking care. They're just going to get the most embarrassing DMs of Destiny talking about being plugged the fuck up and just mock him for it. And, you know, I think the only thing that you can really hope
6-hour, 30-minute stream
is that, you know, just say, but the best thing you can say is it's embarrassing, it's cringe, you know, I don't like it, obviously, you know, it's beyond what I think is acceptable behavior.
Okay!
Another man.
I don't need your commentary.
Okay? And you're fucking crazy, dude. Bugs. Another level of big Destiny fan is rather than do this weird code, you know,
I know.
just say like, yeah,
Just say it how it is.
cringe, whatever. Even downplay it a bit if you want. It's a bit cringe.
Okay, you
know,
already said. You already
like,
said it.
oh, why do you care? Why do you care so much about this? Like, people obviously, you know, Destiny is a very abrasive person. He's a very abrasive and aggressive individual. Particular moment is, you know, rightoids.
Okay.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Fallout, header on, became a member. Fallout, header on, celebrates 2 months of membership. My streamer smile.
I see some code coming in already. Same time relation, whatever.
Okay.
You fuck kid.
No wonder this is so long. So much heading.
You're asking me or him?
No, I'm not the age play guy. You're talking yeah.
No, your voice
You're talking to
is
Steven.
just very I fuck kids.
Is it?
Yeah, something about it.
Steven a kid? So I don't mean to fuck him if he's a kid.
Your voice is like no, you know those clips where it's the guy in like furry cosplay and what's that game where everyone's playing an anime character and then there's like some e-girl and then a guy walks up there and gets bullied and then you walk up, it's like, don't talk to my kid.
Wes is sweeping. I didn't watch all of this, but I'm told that apparently earlier Wes was, you know, like arguing with Destiny about the leaks, wasn't he? I do think.
Giving me that and fuck
stuff, isn't it? I don't.
Oh, detestable.
This is so boring.
I'm just genuinely curious, though. Steven, like, did she say anything? Like, she must have retched, right? This is the mouth she kisses her kids with. She probably didn't know about this.
Oh, bro, okay.
Multiple kids now? How much
Does she?
information are you taking up there, President?
Bro, okay. Come on, dude. Old video clear.
Okay. I'm done. I'm done for tonight, okay? We've been streaming for 1 billion gazillion hours, so yes. Thank you. Thank you for being here, all of you, and I'll see you tomorrow, which is today, technically speaking. Soy. True. Howdy, what is this? It's Chat Logic. I'm doing a check on Chat Logic. Alrighty. So that was something. And now I'll finish stream for tonight. So thank you so much. Thank you all so much. So I guess good night and yeah, I'll see you. I'll see you today, I hope, I think, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I'll be streaming in the weekend, but maybe I will. I'll surprise you. I'll surprise all of you real, cool, loyal viewers. Okay? Alright. See you. I press end stream. So if you have any any last words, any closing words for the stream, now is your time. Galactic Streamlord. You want me to raid Galactic Streamlord or something? I mean, I can. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna raid that person and then it's gonna be like done. Done deal. How do I do this again? Oh, I do it like this. All right. No, that's not Lord. This Galactic News Network. Is that it? Is that what you want me to raid? Galactic News Network? Because nothing comes up with Galactic Stream Lord. The only thing that comes up is Galactic News Net and yeah, Galactic News Net. Yeah, Galactic News Net. There are two. There are two. There are literally two at the same time. Which do I click? Whatever, I'm gonna click this. Okay. And then I'm gonna finish. Okay, I'll see you. I'll see you. Bye bye. I'll see you tonight. Not tonight. Today. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Bye bye.